examining the government witness representing the Workforce Investment Council, followed by receiving um, numerous pers- public testimonies regarding the Board of Elections, the Office of Campaign Finance, the Washington Convention Center and Sports Authority, which we refer to as Events DC, Destination DC, the Executive Office of the Mayor's Office of Legal Counsel, the Office of Employee Appeals, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, and the Public Employee Relations Board. At this time, if any of my colleagues are on, I'll give them an opportunity to make. All right, we'll solo until we are perhaps joined. If not, we can take care of this matter today um, that is before us. So we're going to move into our government testimony right now, but I'd like to provide a brief background. The Workforce Investment Council, WIC as it is commonly referred to, is a private sector led board responsible for advising the district government on workforce systems and career pathways. The WIC serves as both the state and the local workforce investment process for the district, which are federally required to ensure that funds from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOVA, are spent appropriately. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the WIC is approximately $1.2 million. It represents a decrease of $541,000 from the current FY26 approved budget. And it also represents a decrease of 3 FTEs, totaling about now 6 FTEs as is proposed. We'll hear from our government witness. We'll ask Director Drew Hubbard to take the witness stand and with any of his staff that may accompany him so we can swear him and staff in to receive their testimony. Well, Ash, okay, you're raising your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that any testimony you or statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, you may begin when you're ready. And thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Drew Hubbard. I serve as the Executive Director of the DC Workforce Investment Council. Thank you for this opportunity to appear to discuss the portions of the proposed FY27 budget that support the functions of the WIC. I'd like to begin by acknowledging what the Council and the Bowser administration have built together. The sustained commitment to investments in workforce development reflects a shared understanding that the city's economic strength is inseparable from the strength of its labor force. That foundation matters, as we are grateful for the partnership that made this possible. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, Grow DC, was formulated with 3 key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy to fund services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs. We are navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. That being said, it's important to be clear, DC is still growing. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted decisions that allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. Over the last 5 years, the district has invested more than $500 million to prepare district residents for careers, to support workforce training, connect residents to employment opportunities, and build pathways to high-demand industries. That level of investment reflects a serious commitment by the mayor, the council, agency partners, and the broader workforce ecosystem to ensure that residents can access economic mobility and that businesses can find the talent they need to grow. But a system with that level of investment must also have strong governance, clear accountability, consistent data, and a disciplined way to measure outcomes. The question before us is not simply how much the district invests in workforce development. The question is whether we have the infrastructure to fully understand what those investments are producing for residents, employers, and the district's economy. This is the role the WIC is still working to strengthen. The DC WIC is not a program office or a service delivery agency. We are the district's designated state and local workforce development board under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, as you referenced. That federal designation carries specific, non-delegable legal responsibilities that position us uniquely within the workforce ecosystem. Our statutory mandate includes approving the district's WIO estate plan, certifying the American Job Centers that serve residents across all 8 wards, establishing the eligible training provider list, setting performance standards, and producing the Workforce Development System Expenditure Guide, which is the only comprehensive accounting of spending across all now 24 district agencies that are engaged in operating workforce programs. We also provide technical assistance to partner agencies, develop career pathway policy, engage district employers directly, and direct policy implementation that translates federal law and local priorities into actionable standards. The district's workforce activities are supported by approximately $100 million in investment annually, and this is across about 85 programs and, as I mentioned, about 24 agencies, and they service anywhere between 40 and 50,000 district residents each year. Of those residents, about 5 to 10% upon completion secure employment through the programs we track. So this harkens back to what we need as far as tracking the efficacy of these programs and their outcomes. The district workforce challenges are stubborn and remain significant, which necessitates the continued level of policy and budgetary support that has been directed towards the system's execution during the Bowser administration. While the national unemployment rate hovers around 4%, the district's rate of 6.5% reflects some persistent disparities, particularly among district natives, who are 3 times less likely to hold a bachelor's degree than those who've moved here as adults and earn on average less than half as much in salary. The workforce investment system exists to address these and other structural gaps, and the WIC's role is to ensure that the system functions with accountability, alignment, and measurable impact. Even with an operating staff that is small, the WIC has delivered measurable results. As I mentioned, the district invests hundreds of millions of dollars across workforce, education, training, human services, and economic development programs. Yet too often, those investments are spread across agencies without a single consistent framework for measuring quality outcomes, which leads to duplication, misalignment, or lack of return on investment. In some parts of the system, we continue to see limited visibility into whether programs are leading residents to employment, credentials, wage gains, and long-term career pathways. This is the gap the WIC is working to close. What distinguishes the WIC from other workforce entities is our position in the system. We do not compete for outcomes or deliver services directly, but we govern, we set standards, we hold providers accountable, we assure alignment. That independence in this way is essential to the integrity of the system, but it functions only when the governing body has the capacity to execute its mandate and the authority to ensure its recommendations carry weight. The proposed FY27 budget for the WIC, as mentioned, is comprised of $1.226 million in local funding as requested through the budget submission, with a further expectation of an additional $1.3 million of WIO federal funding being transferred to the WIC from DOES by MOU, which has been the case over the last several fiscal years. The WIC's 2027 posture reflects the opportunity for the agency to be positioned to become a stronger convener, quality assurance body, and accountability partner for the district's workforce system. In the year ahead, the WIC will focus on 6 priorities. First, strengthening the expenditure guide to improve visibility into workforce spending, program activities, funding sources, service categories, and outcomes. Second, developing common definition across workforce partners so that the district can collect, compare, and report data more consistently. Third, improving the training provider quality standards and the ETPL oversight to ensure programs align with labor market demand and lead to meaningful employment. Fourth, supporting the board's governance role so members can provide stronger oversight and strategic direction. Fifth, expanding employer engagement so business needs are reflected in training designs, sector strategies, and career pathway development. And lastly, using data, artificial intelligence, and technical assistance tools to support real-time analysis, document review, policy development, and guidance for providers and frontline staff. The WIC is prepared to do this work. We have the statutory mandate, the board structure, the relationships, and the strategic direction. What we're building now is the operating discipline to ensure the district's workforce system delivers stronger outcomes. Districts has made a major investment in workforce development. Now we need to make sure that investment is organized, measured, aligned, and accountable. Residents deserve training that leads to employment. Employers deserve a system that understands their hiring needs, and agencies deserve clear standards and shared definitions. The council deserves reliable information to evaluate whether public investments are producing results. The WIC is committed to being that accountability partner for the district. Thank you for this opportunity to appear. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard, for this testimony. As you know, workforce is on the tip of everyone's tongue these days. As we think about how do we build our economy almost anew because of some of the conditions under which we operate today with the reduction in federal employment, which has been a big boost for our economy for eons. And now we find ourselves in a different world, so to speak. Also, we know that because of the cost of living increases during this particular decade, that many find that their living expenses far exceed what they're able to almost to earn. And so what the Workforce Investment Council can do for the community is very significant. I love the 6 goals that you have identified. I guess I want to start there if we can. Help me understand how we are going to obtain those goals. To be very honest, and I'm not picking on you, but I am saying let's be real, because these 6 points are so important. And you mentioned over the I guess the decade, we've spent about $500 million in training. And I know that the public is aware what that means, given that for the last 4 or 5 years, our annual budget has been around $22 billion. So we haven't even touched on where the money is and how the money could be spent to lift the economy that also includes the people who are residents with jobs and greater opportunity. So I just thought, let's talk about these 6 goals, and you are truly on the hot seat. Okay. So help us understand when we say strengthening the expenditure guide, help the public understand what that is, because they don't have it right before them. And I can tell them it is a document that is like threefold with information about the vendors that are engaged in workforce training and jobs delivery.
Yes. So the expenditure guide is a requirement per DC code that directs us to collect information on all district agencies that offer workforce programming, with the goal of figuring out what the scope of those programs are, what populations they're seeking to serve, the funding levels, the funding source. So we are probably in the fourth or fifth year of doing expenditure guide. Um, and we seek to improve the type of product that we produce, the type of document we produce every year. So probably at its outset, we got a general snapshot of just the dollar amount and what the program was. And we started noticing holes in being able to make that useful data because a lot of the agencies, special agencies that do workforce not as their primary function, we didn't have common measures. We weren't building programs in the same way as some of the core workforce agencies. So we've started asking smarter questions about how to really harmonize those programs to make service delivery more aligned across the system, across the district government. So asking those questions to get a better sense of what we spend our money on is key. And kind of zooming out, as you know, as sitting as a WIC board member, we just recently were able to add some great new members. And one of the things that we need to do is arm them and you with the information needed to make these strategic decisions. So we can't guess as to what we're doing. So as we get better data on all of the programming, and I think we went from a couple years ago from tracking about 12 agencies, we're up to 24 now. So we're getting a clearer picture of who is doing this programming, at what cost, and for whom. So the next version is under final review now, and it'll be released, and you'll have the latest and greatest, and we can help you walk through that data.
All right, so does that mean, am I hearing that when I look at your second priority, developing common definitions across workforce partners, and then your third priority, improving training, provider quality standards, have you touched on that? Are you touching on that now
It's
when,
all tied together. And we
okay,
need
all
we need
tied,
to be data driven. So we need the data to know how to impact those other two.
okay.
Um, and I think you alluded to the fact that, you know, over the years, we've had a tendency to engage job trainers or training providers um, without looking at kind of why, why we're expending this money. So, and who for. So we need this data to really hone in on who does this well and that we are focusing on and emphasizing the populations that are most in need.
All right, well, thank you for that. I wanted the public to be clear as to what this document is and and how you're using it. I am concerned with some of what you are informing us of today. You're saying that the district's workforce activities are supported by approximately $100 million investment annually. And we're talking about 85 programs, 24 agencies. Can you give us sort of a sense of what some of these programs are? Because I think it's important for the public to know what are the training activities that the government is featuring now, which will help them understand how we are preparing our community to take advantage of the job market.
Mm-hmm. And you know, as you might suspect, and I'm sure the public listening, most of the programming is happening at our Department of Employment Services, which has the full range of the different types of training from subsidized employment opportunities to uh, programs for specialty populations, returning citizens, folks that are facing homelessness, the kind of broad range, apprenticeship. But when we get to some of the other agencies, including some of the special agencies within EOM, like the Department of African American Affairs or Latino Affairs, you know, they try to pull in particular populations to look at workforce opportunities on a smaller scale, but really to link them to the public system. some
So
other,
they're included in your
Mhm.
24 agencies
Yes.
that you've referenced.
Mhm.
Does that include UDC and
UDC, yes.
OSI?
Mhm.
Those are the ones I think that we generally think of.
Yes.
Um,
And DHS, Department of Human Services, is another uh, large agency in this area too.
all right, so you're informing us that all of these agencies have a workforce or workforce programming
Yes.
that they conduct. And you also said to us that 5 to 10% of those that go through the training in the 24 different agencies is the result of employment. 5 to 10%. So what are your numbers within these 24 agencies? Let's say for the year we want to examine is FY25. Do you have that data? And maybe the first quarter of FY26?
We're compiling that now. The most recent report that's about to be published is on the 24 data. Um, and not so much as a caveat, but just like to make a point about kind of what the expenditure guide looks at. It's a kind of a snapshot in time. But at the same time, it goes back to what I said about common definitions. So one thing that we've gone back to some of the partners that report into the plan, we found that some weren't tracking employment outcomes. So we've gone back to try to offer technical assistance, to try to retool some of their programming to do that. Even some of the ones that do, again, since this is a kind of a snapshot, unless we're doing longitudinal looks at this, we're missing at some of the outcomes too. So if you take DOES, for example, they're required under federal law and just the practices to do a longer tracking of employment outcomes. And under their federal resources, they have 2 years to report employment outcomes. So they're going to have a fuller picture of who actually got a job, as well as they have the infrastructure to do wage bumps to see who actually earned wages. So we need to be able to do that across the board to see what the full picture is.
So if I think I'm hearing that the tracking of the number of DC residents that may be trained and actually secure jobs is based on the timing of the funding source. So if you have a 2-year funding source, the requirement would be to track the 2 years and make a report at the conclusion of the 2 years. So this expenditure guide really, you indicated that you're finishing or at a point where you're finishing the report for FY24.
Mhm.
So 25 and 26 would be at the, maybe in 27, you would do a report. Okay. Thank you. I thank you for that explanation because I think many people were expecting that we were tracking on an annual basis. But that's just for DOES. Are the other agencies following that 2-year cycle as well, or
No.
is that one
So
of
that's what
the
we're trying to
things that
harmonize.
you're
Yes.
trying to unify this?
Yes. And
And
if I can
okay,
unpack a little bit, so
okay.
traditional employment agencies that receive federal dollars are required to report outcomes at the second quarter after the conclusion of a training program in the fourth quarter. So you're trying to look over time to see, number one, if employment was achieved, relatively soon after they exited whatever program they were in, and then if they've stayed, and to see what that changes over time. And it allows you to do a look to see kind of what the outcome of those programs are.
All right, and you're also sort of sharing with us that the district government uses the federal standard. One, we're a federal entity, okay, but we use it because it's probably the easier way to just, continue since we must be in compliance when we use federal dollars. So,
I think we use it for those federally funded programs and not as much for the locally funded. And
oh, okay,
as
so
a
then,
jurisdiction, we're a little unique and
okay,
somewhat the envy of our neighbors because we have
all
a
right.
lot more local dollars in our system than most of
All right, so
similar
then
jurisdictions.
this $100 million annual investment, what amount is local?
Roughly 70%.
Oh, okay.
And or so let me put one caveat. I'll do a caveat this time. Um, there are some other federal sources. There might be some federal money that comes down through different agencies that have workforce activities related to it. So, and we have that broken down, and I can make sure we walk you through that with the most latest version because we've gotten a little more in the weeds to look at those other federal sources too. But we have a
Right.
lot more local dollars than other jurisdictions.
Okay, in your submission, your questions, where do we find that chart? What chart is that?
I'm not sure we included
Oh, you didn't include
that,
it. Okay,
but we can get
we
it to
would
you.
like to get
Sure.
that chart.
Mhm.
Okay, that would be helpful. Um, Today we are talking with you because we want to understand how we're spending workforce dollars
Mhm.
in this government. That's the charge of this committee. And so it would be very helpful to have all the necessary information so that we can be on top of that. During the DOES hearing, the director, Dr. Morris Hughes, indicated that there was unspending by the WIC in previous years. What underspending occurred or is projected to occur during FY 26?
During 26, probably the majority um, would be related to personnel costs. So during 26, we, as the rest of the government, had a hiring freeze. So they were, at that time, vacant positions that were split funded between local and federal dollars. And since we couldn't hire, those PS costs went unspent.
All right, so that would be the three personnel.
Yes.
Um, what would you have used those positions for if you had them?
Give me one sec. I knew you were going to ask that. So the three positions, first one was a data analyst, a program analyst, and a program manager, um, which are the titles, and we can
Okay.
kind of go into more of the functions
Okay,
if you'd like.
that's okay. The two analysts, the program analyst and the data analyst,
Mhm.
um, you found a way to get those tasks done without filling those positions, right?
In a way, and it's kind of the same for at least I think all the positions. We had uh, internal movement in one of the positions. Had a staff member take a different role who did that function. So in their new role, they're kind of doing a bit of double duty. And we had a couple folks leave, and as we were moving to backfill is when the hiring freeze was put in place.
All right, so as we look towards um, the proposed budget that you have as a unit or entity located within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education, you're comfortable that you can meet your requirements, your new requirements that you have articulated in your 6 points or priorities with what you have in the way of staff and your budget? Or are you anticipating that the resources that will come to your entity your agency, from DOES Wyola money will augment and help to get you to where you need to be in order to do the tracking, et cetera, et cetera.
So we're working on this now. So I don't, tightening our belts is not the right word, but I guess we do more with less. We are having some discussions to see if there is a way to shift some of that cost onto the federal dollars going forward. But that is not the reality right now.
Okay, well, your documentation said that you were projected to have a $400,000 deficit in FY 27, beginning October 1 of this year.
So not deficit, I think it's more of the reduction you
Okay, this is
referenced.
just the
Yes.
reduction that you, okay. Can you just very quickly speak to why you received a penalty for not reporting federal mandated workforce data? And if there will be a sanction in FY 27 on the federal dollars that you receive?
So we are working with DOL right now on rectifying
DOL, Department of
Department of
Labor,
Labor.
US the Labor?
Yes.
Okay.
Um, it's under review now, but for the sake of your question, uh, we have some differences of opinions on what was actually reported. We think that there was one discrete measure that they said we didn't meet, and I think there was some information that was misinterpreted. So we're working through that with them now.
All right, and this is uh proposed penalty for what fiscal year?
It's program year 25. 25.
25, okay, thank you. In your FY 27 pre-hearing questions, you indicated that you do not set budgets for primary or secondary WIOLA recipients. That is, those that we were discussing, those 24 agencies, DOES, OSSI, et cetera. And I guess the University of the District of Columbia is in that 24, right?
No, so
They are not, okay.
DOES, IC, DDS are the
Okay, only
agencies
those. Those are the,
responsible for the different titles.
okay, all right. Okay, however, you have a responsibility to provide fiscal oversight during the whole FY year. Can you provide fiscal oversight if you are not involved on the budget setting or dispersing of funding?
Not effectively.
So we're talking now back to your priorities. So what needs to happen, or what can happen? How do we make you effective? Because honestly, right now, you're like a paper tiger, and we're just trying to see with workforce, with so much emphasis on workforce, and knowing that we have in one lump over 16,000 new jobs coming in the next, well, now almost within the next year and a half. Um, what are you going to do?
So, and this is definitely not rose-colored glasses, but I am excited. We recently had 14 new board members join the board, 11 of which are representatives of the business community, one of which is actually sitting here and will be testifying on other business. But as I've engaged our new board members, who are all of, a month and a half in, to a person, they are committed and excited about helping us figure this out. So one of the things, and it's one of the priorities, is really leaning into the board having strategic direction on this. And so it's going to be up to us to empower them with the information. Um, Besides yourself and Councilmember Fruman, all the other folks on the board are there as appointees of Mayor Bowser or as agency directors. But their role is to really make sure that we're doing continuous improvement of the system, that they are giving advice and all the best advice from their lens of how we improve the system. And part of that is really setting how the budget is done. So we're gonna have to have some tough conversations and get to that on the front end of where the different pots of federal money are spent. So we're not chasing them after the fact.
All right. Well, you may recall during the April board meeting, we heard from national experts about the need and national experts, that is from the Department, U.S. Department of Labor and others. They wanted us to create separation between some of the authorities of the WIC and DOES. So, what role is the WIC best positioned to take in FY27? Given that you're down 3 staff positions, what should the WIC board do about this mandate that we have from the feds and the current organizational plan for the WIC?
So we've started some of this work, and like I said, I think with the new energy, it can only go further. But what we've done over the last couple of years is really reestablish ourselves as the entity that's setting workforce policy for the district. So as we update what have been years old policies on how the system runs, we get to really set the tone on how the work gets done. We're, like I said before, we're not a service delivery agency. We don't do the day-to-day work, but it is 100% our mandate to look at the policies that dictate how this work gets done. And that's across the different types of programs: adult workers, dislocated, youth. We need to be very mindful, and we are close to finishing up a review on all of the oversight responsibilities that we need to reestablish for the system at large.
All right, so again, we're going to push hard that the WIC is the fiduciary or the administrative or the program.
Not the program.
Not the program. Okay, that's one down. Okay, what about the other two? Administrative or fiscal agent, one or the other. I mean, really and truly, this is not your, I mean, you've been very involved in workforce for at least 2 decades, if not longer. I remember you on the operating side of government when I was there. And so, and you're considered one of the experts in the District of Columbia. So what makes sense? Because we're really at a crossroads of extreme need. As you know, those 16,000 jobs that I spoke of, primarily they may be dedicated to be unionized. They're in the union packet. Most of DC residents are that workers are not unionized. So my concern is how are you looking at this so that more DC residents are actually in the workforce, given that a big tranche of new jobs may not be particularly available to them unless they can become unionized.
I've roughly divided the work in kind of two halves. And it's going to lead to some uncomfortable conversations. Some people are going to be pissed off at me. At this point, I don't really care. But we need to do better to have truly one workforce system. That means all those 24 agencies need to be singing from the same sheet music. And we need to do a heck of a lot more with our business engagement. We shouldn't fund any programs that don't have a job opportunity at the end of it. And we need to engage our businesses to help us build these programs, help build the curriculum, and have the through line to a live opportunity once folks get through their training.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. We're not going to kill the horse. We beat it up pretty badly, I think. So we're going to try to move on. And thank you for letting me have a little humor here. This is a tough subject matter. It really and truly is. And um, but we have to wrestle with it, and we have to really um reach some clear conclusions rather quickly.
Mhm.
Or we are going to find we have missed the boat, because believe me, employees in other parts of the region, um, United States, I've been at meetings in other parts of the country where discussions about this great land of opportunity that is opened up called the District of Columbia and the RFK campus. And then soon they'll be talking about the airports, according to the White House. All of this is good fodder for those that are organized. Um, but for those that are underemployed or unemployed DC residents, developing their skill set rather quickly is imperative for them to be a part of the workforce. So I'm not sure that you will have a strong response for this, but during the public testimony, we heard from the Hospital Association cons- concerns about CNA, certified nursing assistants, and the pipeline to patient care techs in hospitals. Certified nursing assistants are also critical to providing community support for our seniors, especially who are trying to live independently. What amount of the FY27 funding is allocated to supporting the development of long-term care workforce to support the hospitals and home care?
Uh, I can't point it to a discrete amount. And it kind of goes back to we don't do much direct programming. We did when we had a lot of ARPA money, and as we've said, that's kind of come and gone. But I will say this: it's about intentionality too. So two of the new board members that just came onto the board represent Johns Hopkins and Children's National. So they're gonna continue to help us. And even with the Hospital Association, over the years, we have funded their workforce working group that includes a broad cross-section of healthcare entities uh, with the goal of making them self-sustainable. They are at that point now, even to the extent they've started and have registered apprenticeship programs and are starting to address this. So we work with them closely to expand and scale up those efforts too. So we're still in conversation with them about how we tackle from a policy stance, from a regulatory stance. We were having some conversations about the different licensing across jurisdictions, that it might be easier to hold that job out in the counties, and we might need to look at mirroring, making it easier to get that type of certification and licensure here. So again, so it's portable also.
Okay, so what kind of timeline do we have? Because I know that if I look at the expenditure guide,
Mhm.
the 23 guide, which will tell me about 21 and 22, FY 21, 22 results, it's unlikely that I will find workforce development programs listed that would address this category. So clearly, it's something that maybe has begun in 24 and 25. So I have to wait for the 26. I
No,
mean, I'm trying to,
so we're included, the WIC is included in the guide too. So that will be under our tab with the work we do
okay,
with the hospital association leading the healthcare working group.
all right. So would you appoint the committee to where we can find that? Can you get us that information,
Yes.
follow-up information? I think that would help us to answer this question. We had a number of constituents that were concerned with that.
Mhm.
In FY 27, you will begin to implement the Workforce Pell Program, which will provide educational and retraining support to workers with a bachelor's degree. So how does the WIC plan to implement this, given your staff reductions and,
We're at this point in more of a supportive role. The deputy mayor's office is leading how that is being mapped out. Ultimately, it will come before the board for adoption. But we, along with some of the other education and workforce partners, are helping to kind of put the meat on the bones on what it'll look like for the district.
all right. Well, I think we pretty much covered what we can with you this morning. So we'll give you a minute or two if there's something you want to add. And this is about, your budget and your authority, of primarily from the U.S. Department of Labor, and how you see us moving forward quickly with some planned action in the next 60 days or so.
Yeah, and I I'll say this, and I hope you get the sense of urgency I share with you. But I do want to point out we have made some real strides in this area with reviving and kind of reclaiming some of the oversight things that the board is supposed to do, including looking at the youth employment framework that was adopted by the board, uh, other areas like that, improving the American Job Center recertification to make sure we're in compliance there. Uh, but as you said at the outset, and it's designed to be a business-led board. And one of the things we've worked with the Mayor's Office of Talent Acquisition is to make sure that we got the full complement of business board members that the mayor recommended and appointed. Um, and if you'll indulge me, I'd just like to give you a sampling of who is represented on the board now, because of the type of industries that we really need to tap into. I already mentioned Johns Hopkins and Children's. We have a representative now from the Airport Authority. And if you haven't thought about opportunities for jobs at both National and at Dulles, they're small cities. They have every kind of job there is. And we're lucky to have a representative that lives here in the district long-term. I believe she's born and raised here, Ward 5, who is very interested in opening up more opportunities at both airports for DC residents. Uh, we also have, and these are fairly high-ranking folks from JW Marriott, Donahoe Hospitality, Monumental Sports, which of course control both the hockey and basketball professional teams here, Clark Construction, who will be building the stadium, uh, Amazon, both from their technology side and their business side. We have two representatives from Amazon, an executive from Accenture. As I mentioned, I'll give her a promotion, Dr. Hubbard, who is the president of DC Chamber of Commerce, and you see what kind of reach that will give us with doing business outreach. And then also the Office Apartment and Building Association, and a lot of opportunities are there with the folks that own and manage our apartment and condo buildings. Uh, I say that deliberately to say, again, we need to seek out and recognize the business community as a partner in this effort so that, again, as we do better and better as being data driven and knowing what our residents needs, so we can match it up with the talent needs of our businesses, and that we're not making cold calls or one-off calls at the last minute, that we have established relationships and we can have real-time data. Because even with the expenditure guide, even with other labor market information, there tends to be a year lag. And to the extent that we're talking to our local business leaders now, they can give us the real opportunities for our residents right now, today. So that's the direction we need to go in on behalf of our residents.
Do we also have WMATA with us?
Yes.
Okay,
And WMATA's been
I
on
thought,
board,
because
yeah.
I thought I
Mhm.
remember a few reports that they had made, because yeah, they're going to have a situation soon with the automation of their metro system,
Mhm.
and the drivers are going to, they'll be coming into the employment pool. And so all of this happens to us in a very interesting way. All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony this
If
morning.
you'll indulge me for 20 seconds, I know
Oh, okay. Right?
it's more of a
20 seconds.
point of personal privilege, I guess you would say.
Yes, sir.
Uh, I know a lot of my colleagues have said this, and I associate myself with their remarks, thanking you for your years of service. But that's the easy part, and you said
Yeah.
this. We've been at this together for a long time, at least 20 years. I want to say thank you to you personally. You've always taken an interest in me professionally, and civically. I call you up to ask about issues out in the community, and we have good chats. And I'd like to make the distinction that you're not a politician, you're a public servant,
Thank you.
and you care about people.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And let your mother know the sweet potato pie fan is still here. You have not had a sweet potato pie until you taste hers.
All right.
It is extraordinary. And I thought my dad had some of the best, but hers is very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that sincerely. Thank you. And we'll just take a quick break, and then we'll move immediately to our public witnesses. And I see we have a huge pool waiting to just 2 minutes, just need to change up staff here. Okay, thank you. Yes. We are prepared to hear from our first panel of public witnesses. Brian Surge, Arthur Slade, Shinyeti Hubbard, and Laura Hagood. Mr. Slade is he is the chair of ANC 6/8F. Mr. Slade is Vice President of ASME Local 2743, and Ms. Hubbard, Dr. Hubbard, I'm sorry, is President President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. Every day we have to laugh. Yes. It keeps us okay. And Ms. Hagood is the DC History Center as we know it today. Welcome, and we're happy to hear from you. And we can start with you, Brian, when you're ready.
See if the mic works. Hello? All right. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brian Strege. I'm chair of ANC 68F. I was on the steering committee for Initiative 83, and I'm currently the board chair of Grow Democracy DC. But maybe most importantly for what I'm about to say is that I'm a registered Democrat in Ward 8. Bottom line up front, I'm here to request that the council fund the second half of Initiative 83 in this year's budget. The second half of 83 would bring semi-open primaries to DC, meaning that independents could vote in our primary elections. While I do find it exciting that we're about to see our first use of RCV, I think it's very unfortunate that we're heading into this June with only half of Initiative 83 implemented. The initiative was a package of 2 reforms, and they were always intended to go into effect together. I believe the initiative was very well thought out, taking feedback from the council and the community from the Voice Act days, including, by the way, its chosen system of multi-winner RCV for our at-large races, which there's been some online chatter about recently. Before I get to the initiative, though, let me talk about a little bit of history here. Over the past decade, DC seems to have embarked upon an admirable series of reforms designed to make our elections more open, inclusive, and fair. And I think we should all be proud of this. In 2018, the council passed fair elections, established a public financing system for elections, effort to get big money out of politics. In 2020, council passed Restore the Vote, allowing those currently in prison to vote. We believe in the right to vote so strongly here in the district that we're not even willing to take it away from those currently in jail. And this, by the way, is fairly rare in the US. Only Vermont and Maine are similar. In 22, the council passed local resident voting rights, allowing non-citizens to vote in our local elections. Again, further expanding enfranchisement. And this is also fairly rare in the US. And finally, in 2024, the voters passed Initiative 83, a package of reforms bringing ranked choice voting to DC and finally allowing independents to vote in our primary elections. But if only it were so simple. Because the initiative contained a small cost, and I do mean small, the council, having the power of the purse, had to appropriate these funds for the initiative to actually go into effect. But last year, the DC Council decided to do something strange. They decided to fund half of the initiative. While RCV was funded, an amendment was also offered last year that would have funded semi-open primaries, and it failed in the council by 1 vote. That vote was particularly jarring because funding semi-open primaries is essentially paying for the cost of paper, new voter registration cards, and literally the ballot paper itself that independents would be voting on. That's it. That's the cost. So I guess we found the line the council wasn't willing to cross in terms of expanding the right to vote. It wasn't the incarcerated or non-citizens, it was independents. And remember how I mentioned that Vermont and Maine are the only 2 other places to allow the currently incarcerated to vote. Well, they both allow independents to vote in their primaries. That makes Washington, D.C. the only jurisdiction in the entire country that allows you to vote in a primary election from jail, but only if you join a party. This is not how it was supposed to be. Initiative 83 passed in November 2024 by a huge margin in an election, by the way, with the highest percentage turnout we've had in over 32 years. And it was supposed to allow independents to vote in our primaries. But as I said, the council instead took the brazen action of funding 1/2, but not the other. The DC Council treated Initiative 83 as if it were some a la carte menu of options to choose from. It wasn't. It was a well thought out package of reforms which achieved buy-in from every corner of the city, and it never should have been split in half like this. As I'm sure you're aware, because we've been saying it ever since the election, Initiative 83 got supermajority support in all 8 wards. What isn't talked about as much is its uniformity of victory. There was no obvious geographic area in the city where Initiative 83 had a drop off in support. Our worst performing ward got about 69% of the vote, and our best performing ward got about 79% of the vote. I think that's a huge strength, and I personally believe that it got such even support across the city because it was a package of 2 reforms. I'll wrap up here. I've said many times that I think this particular initiative is uniquely important because it's about how we want our elections to be conducted. For our elected officials to stand in the way of that is just plainly wrong. The people have the right to set the rules with which we elect you. Your power comes from us. Yes, the council has the power of the purse, but if the council has decided that the power of the purse means that they get to choose who gets to vote, simply because ballots cost money, then that will lead us to some very dark places. The people already decided that independents should be allowed to vote in our primaries. Please fund the paper to print the ballots. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Slade, we'll go to you.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade. Vice President of ASME Local 2743, representing employees at DISB, DLCP, APCA, and DOB. PERB is the district's neutral quasi-judicial responsible for resolving labor management disputes. It is the only agency that ensures the balance envisioned by the CMPA, a balance that mirrors the role of the National Labor Relations Board at the federal level. Last year, on February 5th, 2025, I testified before this committee about the need for additional staffing and funding at PERB. I specifically raised concerns about the agency's limited personnel and lack of cost of living adjustments for its non-union employees. However, in the FY26 budget, no new FTEs were added. PERB remains at 8 total FTEs, and its budget was reduced by approximately 17,000, down to 1.4 million. This is happening at the same time PERB is managing a heavy caseload. And while the district is facing FY26 and FY27 budget reductions that will almost certainly generate more filings, not fewer. Meanwhile, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, which represents management in these same disputes, continues to grow. OLRCB has 20 FTEs, most of them attorneys, and an FY26 budget of 3.4 million. Its budget has increased from 2 million in FY23 to its current level, which is a dramatic expansion. The imbalance is not just a budget issue, it's an equity issue. The CMPA requires a neutral and equitable process. PERB cannot maintain that neutrality if it is consistently outstaffed and outfunded by an agency representing management. To restore balance and ensure PERB can meet its statutory obligations, ASME Local 2743 urges the council to consider additional funding for PERB's attorney staff. Finally, we ask the committee support the restoration of approximately $127 million to the FY27 collective bargaining agreements for union and non-union employees. Also, approximately $7 million removed from the FY26 amended budget for the Workforce Investment Fund. Together, this represents approximately $197 million in workforce investments that were previously appropriated during prior budgeting cycles and are essential to maintaining competitive compensation and honoring negotiated agreements. And this is compounded by the $497 million that is being withheld by the CFO's office from FY26. PERB's ability to function and the district's ability to maintain labor stability depends on ensuring that both sides of the labor management relationship are resourced fairly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Slade. And now we'll hear from Ms. Hubbard.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Chinyere Hubbard, and I am the president and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce and also a native Washingtonian. I'm representing more than 1,000 employers across all 8 wards who depend on a stable, transparent, and well-functioning civic infrastructure. Today, I want to speak directly about a growing strain on that infrastructure, a strain that is placing an unsustainable burden on DC Board of Elections, and by extension on the businesses, workers, and residents who rely on a predictable democratic process. In recent years, the district has experienced a surge of ballot initiatives that are not locally conceived, not locally funded, and not locally accountable. These measures are increasingly driven by national organizations that treat the district as a convenient testing ground for broader agendas. These outside-driven initiatives have serious operational ramifications. They divert staff time away from core election administration. They compress legal and procedural review windows, increasing the risk of error. They drive up costs for ballot design, public notices, and legal support. And they strain public engagement timelines, making it harder for residents to participate meaningfully. This is not how the initiative process was intended to function. It's not fair to the board, not to the district voters, not to the businesses and workers who must live with the outcomes. The Board of Elections is being asked to administer an initiative process that is more complex, litigious, and resource-intensive than ever before, without a corresponding increase in staff, technology, or operational support. The Chamber hears regularly from employers who are concerned about the economic impacts of certain initiatives, and when the administrative instability created when the board is stretched thin. A modern, well-resourced board is essential to maintaining public confidence, ensuring timely and accurate reviews, supporting transparent ballot preparation, and managing the growing volume of filings from sophisticated outside actors. While today's hearing is not focused on legislation, it is important to acknowledge that your bill, the FAIR Initiatives Lend Transparency to Every Resident Amendment Act of 2025, offers a thoughtful framework that responds directly to the pressures driving up the board's workload. Your bill, Councilmember Bonds, would require fiscal transparency before an initiative advances, ensure each measure addresses a single subject, provides realistic timelines for legal and public review, and prevents repetitive refiling of similar measures. These reforms would not eliminate the need for a strong board budget, but they would stabilize the initiative process, reduce unnecessary strain, and allow the board to focus on its resources where they are most needed at a time when it is being required to administer an entirely new voting process with ranked choice voting and when more elected positions are being contested than ever before. In closing, the district's initiative process must remain open and accessible. But openness cannot mean allowing outside interests alien to the district and our political environment to overwhelm the system, strain the board's capacity, and impose costs on district residents without transparency or accountability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Ms. Hagood.
All right, can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee and staff. My name is Laura Brower Haygood, and I am the Executive Director of the DC History Center. I'm here today to express our deep appreciation for the Council's continued support and to request the inclusion of a $350,000 grant for our organization in the fiscal year 27 budget through Events DC. Focused on neighborhoods all across 8 wards, the DC History Center is the only community-based nonprofit dedicated to serving as the district's memory bank by exploring, preserving, and sharing DC's proud history. As a resilient city that takes deep pride in its local history, the district has recently faced multiple challenges to its autonomy. The DC History Center focuses on DC as a hometown, its neighborhoods, its diverse residents, and its distinctive character, countering negative and unproductive narratives. We uplift Washington as a great American city and inspiring leader to the nation. Through our exhibitions, public programs, educational resources, and historic collections, we have made a tangible difference for over 155,000 Washingtonians in fiscal year 25 alone, doubling the number we reached 5 years ago. Our work has also gained national attention as it was recently featured in an episode of Netflix's Queer Eye, if you got to see that. We are grateful to the Council for including funding through Events DC in previous years' budget support acts and to Events DC for its sponsorship of our largest annual event, the DC History Conference, which started this morning. With the Washington Convention Center as our neighbor across the street, we are also appreciative of Events DC's sustained partnership in activating Mount Vernon Square and reaching conventioneers with an authentic DC story. These continued investments have enabled the DC History Center to build a comprehensive suite of programs, such as continued activation of the Carnegie Library, including our long-term exhibition, Class Action, Education and Opportunity in the Nation's Capital, which we will continue to enhance over the next 4 years with field trips, guided tours, and public programs. The DC History Center has the largest annual gathering of local history practitioners, starting as we speak today at MLK Library, with over 1,000 attendees each year. And K-12 education programs aim to help educators connect students with the history of their communities and families through initiatives like National History Day and Teach the District, a professional development workshop for teachers. The DC History Center is also proud to be a lead partner in a project we are announcing today for the first time. Hometown DC is a DC 250 community-based project presented with Humanities DC, the DC Public Library, and the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities this summer. It is the only community-driven semi-quincentennial initiative of its kind centered in neighborhood libraries across all 8 wards, bringing Washingtonians' own stories into the public spaces where we live, learn, and gather. Additionally, we have expanded our offerings to district teachers, integrating the State Board of Education's new social studies standards in their classrooms. Most recently, we created a high school curriculum and lesson plans about the history of home rule and statehood, which has been very well received, including by DC Public Schools social studies team. We hope to continue conversations with you about how we can make this new resource available in partnership with the district. However, as participation and programmatic activity have expanded, so too have the costs associated with staffing, collections, event production, and delivering free public programming at a consistently high standard. On top of that, federal grants are no longer a reliable source of support, as many longstanding grant programs have now been significantly reduced, outright eliminated, or carry ideological priorities that make it difficult for organizations like ours to operate under. As we recognize the semi-quincentennial, a historic milestone for which I am proud to serve as a member of the DC 250 Commission, I ask the Council to continue its investment to sustain the DC History Center's commitment to celebrating hometown heroes, uncovering difficult truths, and shining a light on community resilience in the nation's capital. In fiscal year 26, the Council provided through Events DC a grant of $250,000, down from $300,000 the previous year. We hope that this investment is maintained and increased to $350,000 to allow us to continue operating and serving our mission at a time when public education about civic engagement and democratic institutions is paramount. This funding is essential to sustaining that work. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for all of the testimonies we received this morning. I'll have very few questions because we have a very long list, and we want to get home before 8 p.m. tonight, and I need to talk less, and I recognize that. But I am very interested in what you have to say. So I might, defeat my purpose and talk a little longer. But Ms. Hoggett, I wanted to ask you about this 350,000 that we're down in the resources that we have. And so you have the audacity to ask for more. Help me understand how I can lobby for that. I mean, what is the real value? Because you mentioned that you're doing a project with the schools that is for the 250th, anniversary. So are the schools funding that, or is the History Center funding that?
So Hometown DC is actually a project that does not include the schools. It is rooted in oral history interviews with Washingtonians. And we've asked our interviewees to consider what it means to them to be a resident of the nation's capital in the year 2026. That is going to become an outdoor exhibit, which will be located at 8 neighborhood libraries in wards all across the city.
And that you're funding that through the History Center?
So
or
we are
libraries are funding that?
Yeah, it's a collaborative. So we're working with Humanities DC, the DC Public Library, and so we're all contributing a piece of that particular expense. But I think what is really important here is indeed to emphasize the relationship with schools. Our K through 12 program has grown by leaps and bounds over the last few years, and partly as a result of the new social studies standards. We want DC history to be in every classroom in the district. We were graduating Washingtonians who really had very little understanding of our local history. In the year of America 250, we feel that as a community, it's very important for us to understand the history of home rule and statehood, and how Washington is a unique American city with a distinctive and very important history in its own right.
So the resources that you would provide to DC schools
Yep.
is a resource that you would be funding or the
Yes.
schools would be funding?
So we are solely funding that work. We do not receive any funding from the DC Public Schools. And that includes professional development for teachers, field trips, the National History Day, as well as all of our online resources and curriculum.
All right, but the schools have accepted your program as a part of the curriculum, correct?
Well, so we provide a lot of different resources, and so we're working with the social studies team in particular around National History Day. We'd like to see more classrooms adopt that particular program, but we are seeing increased usage of our resources across the city.
All right, so these are resources that the History Center provides.
Yes.
And the school system uses them, but they're
Mm.
not paying a user fee.
No,
Okay,
no.
all right.
Which is why that funding is so important.
That's very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
I mean, you make
Mhm.
an important point in saying that, this is something that is accepted. And I worry because when I
Yeah.
hear this, because the schools
Mhm.
are only second to health
Yeah.
in the
Mhm.
district as far as funding. When we think about the $22 billion budget that we all like to talk about,
Right.
schools are very generously funded.
Mm.
And if they're using some resources, just like books,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for
Thank you.
that.
I
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. Thank you. Mrs. Slade, I have your information, and as you know, PERB and the Office of Employee Appeals are considered small entities in our government, but I hear your concern. I will examine their budget. I think it's the eighth of May when they're before us. So we'll talk about those needs.
Yeah, I have an attachment of both budgets for FY '26 that was included with my testimony submission.
Yeah,
And the only other thing I'd like to add is for you to support and your support with the FMLA, because the council was very intentional regarding how that was structured and set up from the get-go. And now it's being reduced on multiple levels to exclude grandparents and siblings, and the reduction to 2 weeks from 8 weeks. And this hits a personal note for myself because my mother's 90. And as she ages, unfortunately, her body doesn't sustain the level of fluidness that it once had. So I would think that the council, particularly to your committee, for your leadership in helping the elderly within the District of Columbia. She's a native Washingtonian, Dunbar graduate, getting ready to celebrate 91 years, but she needs to have assistance with her daily functions. So I'd just like to add that, and hopefully we can count on your support, not only for the workforce investment funding that was already allocated, but to continue your support for the elderly as well.
I appreciate your comment. As you're speaking, I'm thinking about the fact that our employees also have federal leave, and many other employees in our community do not. You have sick leave, you have annual leave, which is earned based on your time of employment in an agency. And as we look at paid family leave and leave that our employees have, I think that's part of the consideration. Um, yes, we all have mommies, mothers that we want to look after. And I remember when my mom was, 100 and what have you. But I know that that's a part of the concern, is the fact that our DC government employees also have leave that you accrue the time, of course, but paid family leave is in addition to that. And so I know that that's part of the concern that we're wrestling with. Because when people are out, when staff is out, whether it's private sector or government, and the employer has some requirement to hold a job, and in this economy, holding a job 3 months, 6 months, ultimately becomes devastation, could be very, very difficult. So I'm just giving you the conversations that we're aware of and the rationales that are being presented. I commit to doing my very best in thinking about this. I'll use my heart first, and then I have to use my head too.
Well, I would just add, as a former private sector employee, there's a distinct difference between private and public sector business entities. Because when I was in the private sector, it was driven by shareholders as well as the people that we reported to on an annual basis. So it's a little bit different when you have shareholders that you report to, when you're reporting to, as the testimony presented earlier, lawmakers report to the citizens of the District of Columbia. We're your shareholders. So I would dare say that there needs to be some type of consideration. Yes, the city needs to function, but also I think that the council was very specific about the needs of the district, especially when it has an aging population that are registered voters and have been voting in previous election cycles. So we just hope that.
You're pushing that button that says older citizens should be given a little more thought in whether or not we can give them the care that they need by their relatives that may be employed through the government.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I got it. Okay. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strege, I appreciate hearing from you. I can't say that I'm surprised, but thank you very much for your thorough presentation. For a minute there, I said I was going to raise my flag and I'm going to tell him, you don't talk to me like that, but that's okay. That's okay. You
I
know,
appreciate that.
just a person in the community too. Okay. So it's all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You. And thank you, Ms. Hubbard, for your comments. We're doing our very best looking at this arena. Elections in DC were way before we had home rule, indirectly. And what I'm saying is there was a board of elections. And it just simply said there shall be a board of elections. Basically, it's what the law says and what the home rule charter stipulates. But the laws that actually speak to how and when and what are slowly being developed. The way the Board of Elections has operated is through creating a set of regulations, publishing them, and that means few people will see it who are aware, and then whammo, they're now what they use as a governing framework. And so we've discovered that there are many thoughts about elections in the district. We are many different people coming and living in the district now. And so trying to pull all of that together and be thoughtful and of course reasonable is the road that we're trying to follow. But I appreciate getting your testimony. Thank you for being supportive. You don't know what we go through when we create a piece of legislation like that. Believe me, because there are many voices, and I see one sitting over here on the side. I'm gonna hear from the two of them, in fact, soon, I'm sure. Yes. They know who they are. I pay attention to what they send me. They don't know that, but I definitely do. So I thank you very, very much. Thank you all. And of course, our next panel, Mr. Zachary Israel, who's here as a private citizen, although I can tell you, you can find him on social media all the time. Sheila Tyson, old friend who actually taught me that we have something called summer camp for seniors in DC. If you don't know that, she goes every year and has a ball. So if you are, what is it, 55 or 60? 55, you can participate in senior summer camp. So I thought that was really exciting. And Brandon Scott, happy to have you. And I don't see Dr. Umash here, but we'll move on to, oh, I see Adam is here. Adam Ellender, please will join us at the witness table. Yes, please. And we now have our four. All right. Thank you very much. And Mr. Israel, you can start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Bonds. Great to be with you here today. My name is Zach Israel. I am a private citizen currently, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention I'm also, like you, a former advisory neighborhood commissioner, and I'm proud of my service in that role for the one term I served. And proudly live in Ward 4. It's amazing, but I've now lived in the District of Columbia for 13 years. So the vast majority of my adult life, I love this city, and proud to be raising my two kids here who were born in DC and going to school now here. I'm here to ask for the council to fully fund Initiative 83, including the semi-open primary portion of that initiative, which I'm proud to say I was one of the 212,000 Washingtonians who voted for that just 18 months ago. And I voted for the whole thing. I didn't vote just for part of it, not the other side. And I should also know I am a registered Democratic voter, lifelong Democrat. And I believe that our 85,000 DC voters who are independents should have the right to vote in the Democratic primary if they would like to, and really fully participate in our democracy. And I should note as well that two of those 85,000 are two of your at-large colleagues, Christina Henderson and Donnie Crawford. I believe Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Crawford, they should be allowed to vote in the Democratic primary. Our home rule charter says that two of your colleagues can't be of the majority party, which are Democrats. And they're one category, very unique, but we have journalists that live in DC who, because of their occupation, don't feel comfortable registering with any political party. We have judges the same way. We have veterans. And I think I've heard some people say that June 16th coming up is the Super Bowl of elections. I completely agree with that. And I don't think that the 85,000 folks in DC who are just independent voters should be left out of deciding who our next mayor is, who our next delegate is, who your successor is on the council. And I do thank you for your service. But I feel very strongly about that. And then I also want to note too that what's going to be unique coming up in the June 16th primary is the fact that all the way at the bottom of the ballot is the special election for at-large council member to fill the vacancy caused when Kenya McDuffie resigned earlier this year. That race will be sent to all 85,000 registered independents, but that's the only race they're going to get in the mail in just about a week and a half. And I can almost guarantee you many of those 85,000 are going to say, wait a second, I thought Initiative 83 passed that would allow me to vote if I wanted to in the Democratic primary. Why am I only getting this one race when I thought I could vote for mayor? I thought I vote for delegate. And so there's going to be a lot of confusion soon where people will be, I think, rightfully upset that they're not able to participate fully in our democracy when this passed with 72% of the vote just 18 months ago. So with that, thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Of course, you know that the ballot in the district is mailed, and it will be the packet that independents receive. It's my understanding will contain that one ballot. Okay, that's okay. All right. I just want everyone who is registered as an independent recognizes that they will also get their one ballot for that one particular race, unless there are some other individuals I don't know of.
Yeah, and my only point, Councilmember Bonds, was that those people, they might be confused that they don't see the other Democratic races on their ballot in the mail. That's all I was trying to suggest.
Got you. I do understand, which leads me to a big question. We'll talk about that later. We'll get the whole panel involved in it. So we'll now move to Ms. Tyson. All right, we'll have your testimony. Press the
Oh.
button, and when the red light comes on, you're on. Okay.
Right here. Yep.
Yes, you're on now.
I'm
Thank
on now?
you.
Am I? Okay, good morning. I, Sheila Tyson, am a fourth generation Washingtonian, but second generation Native Washingtonian. One of many charter members of the Native Washingtonian Club that was started in the 80s. I was raised in Ward 4, but I presently live in Ward 5 as a housing advocate since 70 and now senior advocate for affordable housing and other services to meet the needs of baby boomers and existing residents. Today, council member, I am testifying before you on semi-open primaries and funding ranked choice voting. In the late 80s to early 90s, I was registered as a Umoja Party member under the leadership of Reverend Mark Thompson. That's when I realized in DC as an independent, I couldn't vote in the primary. In DC, this is when the decision is made regarding candidates who contest will be the winner of major office as opposed to November when we vote for presidential. After hearing Democrats make statements that independents should have their own election, I thought maybe Democrats were funding the primary. After researching this statement, I found out when tax dollars are collected, they don't ask if you're Republican, or Democrat, or independent. It all goes in the same pot of funding. Yes, when we have a primary, the Democrats believe actually it's their election because DC is heavily Democratic populated. As a registered Democrat, I now understand the importance of having the election open to all registered voters regardless of party affiliation. On one hand, we as DC residents complain that we can't vote in Congress because we do not have a voting representation in Congress, so we want statehood, but yet it's acceptable to lock out voters in our primary because of party affiliation. Shame on DC to continue to allow voters to be locked out of the voting process. The same dollars that independents and Republicans pay, but only the Democrats benefit, isn't a fair system. I lived in Michigan for 15 years, and when I registered, there was no party affiliation. It was not a requirement to vote. DC residents overwhelmingly voted for ranked choice voting. I'm hearing from people as I engage that because of the city council contest is so large, they actually want ranked choice voting because of the city council election being so large. Since the allocation of dollars was fairly low in the $400,000 range, the Board of Election partnered with other organizations such as Grow Democracy to educate the public on ranked choice voting, but yet some DC agencies were not happy to allow partners to come in and educate the residents who are participants of the program because they only have, my understanding, 6 or less employees to actually go around the city to engage resident on ranked choice voting. I'm certain this creates stress on the staff because not everywhere you go, you see the machine. So I'm asking the council to fund Initiative 83 so we can educate voters on ranked choice voting in a more comfortable setting and not feel rushed so the voters can get accurate information on the ranked choice voting process. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and you touched on a number of areas, and some of it, the train has left the station and is halfway to the next destination, to be very honest. And I acknowledge from your testimony and Zach's testimony that there is a lot of discussion about elections. As you know, this is totally different from what has transpired in the 50 years of home rule here. And people are, they're still individuals that maybe you and I meet and would talk to every occasionally when we're in the grocery store. They still aren't aware of what's going to happen when they get that package in the mail. And so it is, it's almost breathtaking. And I took issue. Yes, it's in my committee here, and I'm scared to death. I want everything to work. This is my last year here. And so I want everything to work, of course. So I am on pins and needles, and I hear you and I hear, Costco, wherever I am, it's, the same kind of conversation if we take time to talk to each other. So, we're trusting, and the education piece is continuing. In fact, I have the pleasure of again having the board of elections to talk to anyone who shows up at the convention center on the 23rd. That's Saturday, the 23rd of May. And Carrot, I'm going to have a box lunch for you too.
Oh, good.
Okay. But this is any and everyone. And I must say that the board has made it very clear to us and to anyone that contacts them that they prefer to be the source of understanding ranked choice voting. There are many organizations that began the process of trying to tell the public what and how it should be done, but there are several ways that you can do ranked choice voting. And so they didn't want there to be some misinformation. So I don't try to tell you, you don't try to tell me, and we use the board as the authority. And I think that's the best way to move forward. But you're correct. We need to have more information out there to get to as many people as possible. So that is a gamble that we're playing right now.
I want to also thank you, Chairwoman Bonds, for all your years of service that you have given us seniors and DC residents. And I hope we continue to have a DC native on the board.
Oh, you will. Come on. But thank you
Nice.
very, very
Thank you.
much. We will. We will. Listen, District of Columbia, you know how it started, okay? And we were not Washington, D.C. We were really Georgetown Harbor, okay? So it'll, trust me, there'll always be someone on the board who was born on this soil. Always, I believe. And if not, it means that we become so national or international that what are you going to say? You got lots of different people. And that's what makes it extremely challenging, I'm sure, but it also it's the flavor of the world, quite honestly. And we might as well get with it. And I know fourth generation is hard to hear that. My kids and my family, fourth generation, who cares? Really, except us who like to talk about it and feel very prideful about it. Someone who decided to move here last year, this is their home too, and we have to treat it accordingly. So don't worry about that. We'll be okay. We the community for sure. I'm sorry. See, this is why I can't do these hearings. This is, I really love more than anything else hearing from people. I may not be able to touch on as much as I would like, but I really enjoy hearing from you. And I think that helps us as a community to be together. The more we're willing to listen to each other, the more likely we are to build a strong community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Scott, we're going to hear from you, your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilperson Bonds, and to your committee. I'd like to thank you for your time and for holding this hearing today. I also like to thank you for your leadership and most importantly, again, happy belated birthday to you. I am Brandon Scott. I am the Vice Chair of the GCAR Public Policy Committee and importantly, an active DC resident. GCAR and our 11,000 members are the leading fact-based and collaborative voice for real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters who live and work in the District of Columbia and Montgomery County. Our focus today centers around the DC Housing Modernization and Accessibility Act of 2026 and the urgent need to reform how ballot initiatives are approved and utilized in the districts. Now, it's important to note that ballot initiatives are becoming overused and often lack proper communication on how the initiative will be funded and implemented. Now, recently, the council has had to step in and pause Initiative 82 when it became clear that the impacts of this measure would be detrimental to the district's restaurant industry and local economy. Now, we are once again putting ourselves in a position where the council may need to intervene in this latest initiative if this latest initiative is placed on the ballot. Now, the DC Housing Modernization and Accessibility Act of 2026 was recently approved by the Board of Elections and would freeze rents in the district automatically for 2 years and then in additional situations when inflation levels reach 5%. Should this initiative pass by vote of DC residents, our housing market that we have worked so hard to grow will be shuttered. Investment in housing will once again dry up, and existing housing providers will have no choice but to consider relocating to less restrictive surrounding jurisdictions. This single ballot initiative has the potential to upend all that we have accomplished in our efforts to make DC housing market more affordable and competitive. This is extremely dangerous. Freezing rents for tenants doesn't mean that the cost of maintaining housing unit freezes as well. Mortgage payments are still required to be paid in full and on time, despite whether a tenant has paid those rents. We often hear tenants advise that housing units need to be updated, but how can we expect housing providers, especially small housing providers, to complete these updates when they will be limited in their ability to raise the funds needed to meet steep construction costs? Now, it is also important to note that if this rent freeze goes into effect, the district may face legal action if the ballot initiative is deemed unconstitutional. Now, for the housing providers who choose to remain in the district, they will be forced to take the district to court to fight for their Fifth Amendment rights. This could result in the district having to compensate DC housing providers for financial damages and infringe on constitutional protections. So we recognize that civic engagement is a vital part of our society, but it needs to be done in a way that does not fundamentally destabilize our economy and violate constitutional protections. Now, we urge the committee to review where changes can be made to provide a better structure and a makeup of the BOE members. We ask that you ensure that the ballot initiatives are reflective of residents' voices and not outside organizations, and that approved initiatives won't subvert any budgetary appropriations that have already been made. Now, importantly, we like to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for introducing legislation that addresses shortcomings in the ballot initiative process, and that we hope to see these reforms move forward. We appreciate the opportunity to share our association's perspectives, and we are eager to answer any questions that you have or your committee may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony and thank you for support for the legislation. As I mentioned earlier, a great deal of effort was put forth to try to be reasonable in thinking about these and the initiative process. When we get legal renderings of the Home Rule Act and various bills, believe it or not, there is the narrow side of opinion and there's the very generous side of the opinion. And so we're can be very much divided as we think the Supreme Court we thought was going to be. But in other words, it it's very difficult sometimes to thread the needle. No one wants to um, keep voices of constituents down. But we also know that there's a way to tell a story when you want people to support you. And if you, for instance, say that um, everyone should have food, no one will say or be against that. And sometimes the issues put before the public are very much like that. But then the devil in the detail you don't get to. And so trying to figure out how are we more how do we better define any initiative or referendum, which are those things that the public has an opportunity to pass judgment on, or even a bill that we produce here in the council. Public has the right to speak to that as well, and they do. But it's sometimes difficult when a slogan is out there, and you know, remember, we're a society now that gives, if it takes longer than 10 seconds, you may not have my attention very long. And so it's trying to be reasonable and informative and accurate so that people understand what they're actually saying yes to or no to. So thank you very much for that. Which leads me to we'll hear your testimony next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bonds. I also want to thank you for your many years of service in the district. And I'm a little emotional today, thinking this might be the last time I testify before you. Um, you know, thank you for serving the district voters, and also thank you for making space for the next generation on this council. My name is Adam Eidinger. I'm a 34-year resident of the District of Columbia. I support funding semi-open primaries. It's time to fully enact Initiative 83 and allow registered independents to vote in the primary election of their choosing. If this committee respects the voters and believes in one person, one vote, you will provide the minuscule amount of funding needed to print the ballots for independent voters needed and allow the DC Board of Elections to just do their jobs. Nearly 3/4 of DC voters approved Initiative 83 despite strong opposition with funding from out-of-state party bosses. The fact DC voters cut through misinformation pushed by all of DC's old school political parties and agreed that all voters, including independents, should be able to vote in publicly funded primaries was a profound affirmation for change and fairness in DC elections. It's this body which played politics with funding last year that disenfranchised 85,000 independents this election cycle. Today, these dissuaded and disrespected voters feel, logically feel they are not living in a free and fair democracy because they're being denied a vote in the mayoral primary this June. Taking time off from work to beg this council to respect DC voters makes me sick and outraged. As not to fund is peak arrogance and self-serving. To say we can't let citizens vote for any reason is un-American. There is only one way to correct the undemocratic progression we are on, and that is to fund Initiative 83. Not funding it disenfranchises 85,000 voters whose taxes paid for the election. I'm a registered Democrat, and I donated to Kamala Harris. When her campaign gave over $700,000 to the DC Dems, out-of-state money, some of it, for the presidential election cycle, it was to help elect Democrats. But almost all of that money went to fighting Initiative 83 in the courts and in the community, even though the DC State Committee never authorized a position for or against Initiative 83. DC Democratic leaders, egged on by the outgoing mayor, effectively stole my donation to Harris to engage in this undemocratic sham. This council demands a lot of DC voters who want to place a new law on the ballot. You have to collect over 25,000 signatures, valid signatures, 5% of all voters, and 5% in 5 of the 8 wards. Remarkably, Initiative 83 collected more than 5% in all 8 wards. I think in Ward 10, it was 10%. sorry, Ward 1, it was 10%. When people sign a petition to change a law and it passes, council reps really need to respect it if they want to be respected in turn. It was beyond the pale to not implement the will of the voters last year from the same election that put half of the council members in their current position. Do your jobs and fund Initiative 83 now. And with my remaining time, I would like to just respond to the last testimony. I'm the treasurer of Initiative 88. It's already a proper subject matter. The Board of Elections has decided this, and it's the real estate industry and the billionaire and millionaire class that will not accept a fair process as it is stated in law currently, and is going to make a constitutional challenge and cost the district who knows how much countless hours of legal time fighting it, and it's frivolous in nature. This council passed a rent freeze during COVID. It was constitutional then, it's constitutional now. And doing something about inflation and putting money in the pockets of renters who make up nearly 3/4 of Washingtonians. Unlike other cities which have majority homeownership, we do not have that here. The renters, it's time for them to push back, and they are pushing back. And the landlord class and the real estate class can take it out of their equity to fix up their properties. They have equity. The renters have none. So I'm looking forward to putting Initiative 88 in the ballot. It may be next year, but when the voters vote on it, I urge this council to respect the will of the voters when they approve a rent freeze, because economic injustice isn't going to fix itself, and the billionaire class ain't going to fix it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have a question I wanted about your testimony, which is not into the ideology and our feelings about stuff. But I wanted to, you mentioned that this requirement to collect over 25,000 valid signatures. You have done most of the initiatives that we've had in the last 10 years. You've led them. I'm wondering, what is your thought about this requirement of 25,000 valid signatures?
Okay, so this is roughly 2,500 hours of labor to get this done. And when people go out and talk to voters, they are educating them on the process. They're registering voters. It's a good process to collect signatures. The only process I could think of that would be better to prove that there's public support to vote on a ballot measure would be to let people sign digitally. There's a lot of talk about maybe eliminating the ballot initiative process altogether. I urge you not to do that. It is a true check on the council. This is a unicameral legislature. All across America, we have 2 legislatures except for one state. And by having 2 legislatures, you have a check on each legislature. We don't have that. So the ballot initiative process is like the House of Representatives, and you, Councilwoman Bonds, you're in the Senate. And so basically we have these 2 legislative bodies. One is the people and one is the council. And that was by design from the Home Rule Act, and it was a wise design. And anytime one legislative branch tries to take away rights from the other legislative branch or make it harder, that to me is undemocratic. Frankly, the ballot initiative process in DC is very weak. The laws are not binding. And so when you ask about signatures, yeah, it's harder than ever to get signatures for a bunch of reasons. And probably the most important reason is people don't write anymore. People can barely, their handwriting is illegible. And if you've seen the petitions for candidates, the amount of space that's being allocated is like tiny. It's like 9-point font you have to write in order to fit in the line. This is an antiquated system, and the only reason it hasn't been updated, I think, is because this council doesn't want more democracy. They want less. If you want more democracy, you'll let people sign online. You'll create a digital portal and allow the paper petition to be an option too, either way. But it's time for reform. That's the kind of reform we need, not making this process more difficult than it already is. It's incredibly difficult.
I appreciate your expressions, your opinions.
Thank
of
you.
this, because I too worry about the size of space.
Yeah.
It is so tiny, and yeah, I can write 2-point. Okay, I can do that and do it frequently.
2 points.
Sitting, yeah, yeah, 2-point font. Yes, doing it here because beside your name I make notes. Okay, but even, and I wear glasses. So I'm just simply pointing out, it is so tiny. It's, it's what, maybe, it's not even a half of an inch space. Okay. And, but in order to put all of the legal required language on the document that you're signing, because the affidavit is a legal document. It is important that, I guess maybe we'll go down. When I began this in, collecting signatures in 1976, we actually had 20 signatures on, okay, imagine 20 signatures, but Sheila, it was a tiny amount that had to be printed on there at the top. Now, with all of the legal challenges, and as our society improves on its understanding of the concepts of the Constitution, we have all this other stuff that we have to put on there. And that's great. Only if this person who is signing can give more than 10 seconds to it. And that's where we have much concern about the size. I have much concerns about the size of space as well as the number of signatures, because quite honestly, there are some parts of the country where the party decides its membership. That is, the party selects its individuals who will be their competitors in a general election. And there are municipal elections across the country where there is no party affiliation. You may be a Democrat, but it's not on the ballot. You may talk to your potential constituents and say, I'm a bold Democrat, socialist Democrat, you know, ancient Democrat, whatever you want to be, or a Republican, and you don't necessarily, it will not show up on the ballot. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think here in the city, the Republican Party still selects its candidates, and you will only have an opportunity to vote on those that have been selected. It's not like you have a lot of choices. So there are other ways for us to express democracy in our community. So I'm looking forward to, in the fall, maybe we'll see what else we can do as it relates to what our ballot design is, and how it really serves this new community, of people who come with new ideas. And then I'm going to be asking though questions about, okay, you want to do this here in the district, but what did they do where's your old home state? Okay, in other words, don't come here revolutionizing us when back home you were a willing participant in whatever you left. In other words, I'm getting kind of a little wild here, like you all have been with me, but that's okay. It's our hearing, right? It's the people's hearing. Okay, I'll leave it that way. Zach, you have something.
Yeah. So one request I have for you, Councilmember Bonds, when the government witnesses are here later this month from the Board of Elections, one specific ask I think is definitely worth diving into is, after June 16th, how quick the board will post the full ranked choice voting results. And a lot of people, this is sort of drama waiting to happen. And you know what I'm getting at is, in the Ward 1 councilor race, the at-large councilor race, where if we don't get the full results, I'm not saying immediately, but within 24 to 48 hours, and people are waiting multiple days or a week or two, that's not acceptable. And even if there's not a law requiring the board to do report it out in a certain period of time, we need to hold the Board of Elections accountable. Like, what is the game plan, and to do it in as timely a fashion as possible so that the candidates, their teams, the voters know who actually won these races after June 16th.
Fair enough, and thank you for that, because that is one of the concerns that many groups have expressed. But I can tell you, it will as far as the official results, they have 10 days because we also have ballots that will be coming in from, I'll use the old term, overseas. Okay. Ballots that come in. And they have until 10 days post the close of the polls to receive, all the ballots that may be in the snail mail or something like that. So we will not have the official, but what we will have is my understanding at the last session, the board indicated that we would have that they are able to tabulate. I'm not sure if they will be tabulating all that they received on the election night, but they will be able to tabulate and tell us those that they maybe received prior to. So it's like the mail in, the drop box, they'll have all of that. But those tabulations may change because you have put in place a system that says 50% plus one. And everyone knows, that 50% by any one candidate when you have 5, 6, 7, 8 is very unlikely to be accomplished. So we created something we said was going to be a wonderful new world, but we have complicated our new world. So we may have to work through all of this, but we will be asking them to see what they say. But the understanding I have from what they've shared, we probably won't really know for a few days. But thank you. And thank you all very, very much. And thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We have Eric Jones who is online, and we'll take his testimony next, and then we'll move immediately to Salim Adolfo, who is commissioner, who is here. Hamea Denard, thank you for being here. Alberto Romas, all right, and Anthony Francavilla. Anthony, okay, come on up. Thank you so much for being here. All right. We will, Mr. Jones, we're going to take your testimony now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and members at large. I am Eric J. Jones, a fourth-generation Washingtonian and current Wolford resident who serves as the Vice President of Government Affairs Commercial for the Apartment Office Building Association, Metropolitan Washington. I'm here today to raise concerns about the Board of Elections. Before I begin, however, as a member of the District's Youth Apprenticeship Advisory Council, Apprenticeship Council, and Workforce Investment Council, I would like to thank you for your support. The efforts as Executive Director Hubbard, Associate Director Holmes, and the team at the WIC are often unrecognized, yet you've been a strong advocate for the WIC, and apprenticeship through DOES, and the opportunities for district residents. Additionally, I would also like to say before I provide my testimony, just as background, I'm a former member of the DC Democratic State Committee, former Executive Director, Executive Vice President, Acting President by choice of DC Young Democrats, and a former candidate for this DC Council. This year, I'm a former local and national political strategist to help edit and draft the training manuals the Democratic Party has used since 2004. I say all this to say that I know firsthand the tricks of the trade, and I'm disgusted and honestly pissed off by the dishonest action of so many so-called advocates. Now to the DC Board of Elections. Chairwoman Bonds, BOE handles many responsibilities of which we support. However, its ballot initiative process needs review. Historically, residents could participate in the legislative process through referenda and initiatives. Currently, with only 2 BOE members, there is limited discussion on initiatives which under DC Code 1-1001.16 are deemed improper for the ballot for a list of reasons, including being deemed unconstitutional, the measure would negate or limit budgetary act of the council, or requiring the appropriation of funds. Instead of adhering to the strict interpretation of the code, our board has entered into a pattern of allowing outside groups to push national political strategies onto our ballot and residents by looking for loopholes and skirt outlaws. This effort, such as introducing omnibus legislation via the ballot, failed to properly highlight initiative aspects and make initiatives subject to appropriations, directly opposing the law. This process bypasses public engagement and fiscal assessment, which neither the executive nor legislative branches are authorized to do. Many initiatives cite constitutional justification based on public emergency, but this problem is problematic. Under DC law, there are only two ways to designate a public emergency. The first falls to the executive through an executive order. The second falls to the legislature via the introduction and passage of a public resolution. Without this, there is no legal public emergency, which means that any initiative that seeks to invoke the constitutionality of a measure in which the case law has allowed a legislature to first designate an emergency is improper. Chairwoman Bonds, you will hear from folks calling themselves advocates and their legal representation who will look to tug at the public's heartstrings and highlight issues that are popular within certain political movements, which is great for the media, but serves as a disservice to the place that we call home. Even more, they are using tricks and intentionally seeking to skirt the law through the same underhanded actions they typically accuse national political figures of when claiming to support and defend the district residents and speak up for those in greatest need. Max Dupree once said the first job of a leader is to define reality. The last is to say thank you, and at all of the times, the leader is to serve. The reality is the district is being manipulated by groups seeking easy victories to promote their political agendas without regard for the long-term sustainability, risking the well-being of our community, economy, and residents. Many of the same gentrifiers who now oppose gentrification and displacement of long-term residents like you and I are the ones doing this. If we do nothing, we are no better than those whom we all seek to reprimand. We urge you and your colleagues to tell these political pariahs that DC is not their lab or petri dish. We are a proud city that won't allow them to use dishonest tricks they accuse national politicians of using to implement unsustainable measures that harm our city. Lastly, I will say, we've heard today from plenty of folks talking about democracy. I was a member of the Democratic Party who left in 2013. My wife left in 2012. Many of the same folks like Mr. Ettinger and Zachary Israel are speaking about democracy, but they weren't there when our Board of Elections allowed a referendum to be placed during a primary, which excluded independent voters. I know because I filed a complaint with the Board of Elections when I was told I wasn't able to vote. They haven't complained once about the fact that, depending on your employment, you may not be able to give a contribution to a political candidate in the district, yet your tax dollars are given to candidates you don't support. What about that aspect of democracy? Democracy can't only matter when you are benefiting. As for Initiative 88, as Mr. Ettinger calls it, it requires the appropriation of funds. It's based on an emergency that was recognized by the Supreme Court. No one has the right to designate an emergency in the District of Columbia outside of the executive and the legislative body. If it's good for one, it must be good for all. And it's time that we stop playing political games and demand that we have real democracy, which means there are no lies or easy games when it benefits us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. And I see some of your testimony as being rebuttal to some of what we've heard, and thank you very much for that. So now we have both sides of the coin, at least on the table. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Adolfo.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, and to everyone here. My name is Salim Adolfo. I serve as the chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission AC. I'm a veteran, and most importantly, I am one of the 73% of district residents who voted in favor of Initiative 83. I am here today to urge the council to fully fund semi-open primaries in the the semi-open primary portion of Initiative 83 in the amount of $1.1 million. Let's be crystal clear. The majority of this cost, $910,000 or 83%, is a one-time expense in the first year. That makes this manageable investment, not a long-time burden. And many of the largest cost drivers, voter notifications, ballots, registration cards, are fundamentally the cost of paper. In no other circumstance will we tell residents they cannot exercise their right to vote because we can't afford paper. At its core, this is about respecting the will of the voters. A supermajority of district residents across all backgrounds and affiliations voted for Initiative 83. That includes a majority of Democrats. The voters have already made their decision. Now it's the responsibility of the council and the mayor to carry it out. This is not about changing the system. That decision has already been made. This is about implementation. Democracy does not end at the ballot box. It requires follow-through. 3/4 of the city supported Initiative 83 because they believe more people should have a voice in our elections. Right now, thousands of unaffiliated voters, our neighbors, are locked out of the very primaries that often determine who ultimately holds the office in the district. This is not consistent with a city that prides itself on expanding access to the vote. We often say that if you pay into a system, you should have a say in it. Primary elections are funded by taxpayers, including independent voters. Candidates who participate in public financing rely on those same taxpayer dollars. Yet those taxpayers are excluded from participating in the process. If public funds are used, public participation should follow. We also have to recognize that many residents choose not to affiliate with their party for legitimate reasons, whether due to their profession as a journalist, members of the military, judges, or some government employees. Their decision to remain independent should not come at the cost of their voice in local elections. And here in the district, we understand disenfranchisement better than most. We live it every day at the federal level. We should not replicate that same exclusion in our local system. DC has consistently taken steps to expand voting rights and access. Failing to implement Initiative 83 will move us in the opposite direction, away from inclusion and away from participation. The moment is simple. The voters have spoken. The path forward is clear. Now it is time to act. I respectfully urge the council to fully and faithfully fund Initiative 83 and ensure that every voter in the district has the opportunity to participate in the elections that shape our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. You're on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So I am a new Washingtonian. I've been here for about 14 days and it's been a brand new. But before I go into my talking points, I want to thank you. I used to be president of Cincinnati City Council, and when I was elected, I looked to you for your service, and it's an honor to be before you as somebody in Cincinnati who looked at you as a young elected. So I really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. My grandson is in Cincinnati now.
Is that right?
Yeah, working for GE.
Wonderful.
So I will let him know that I met someone
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
right off the boat.
I'm
right?
literally off the boat. So, but thank you for your service.
Welcome to DC.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that. So my name is Tamaya Denard, and I have the distinct honor of serving as the Programs and Partnerships Manager at Represent Women. And Represent Women is an organization that advocates for gender parity and representation for women and gender expansive people. We do so by advocating for system reforms and policies that remove barriers there are for running. One of the systems that we advocate for is ranked choice voting. We do so because when it is used, our data bears that women are on the local level 55% more likely to be elected to office and compared to cities and municipalities that don't have ranked choice voting. But when we think about open primaries and ranked choice voting, even though they're very two distinct ideas, the reforms are both used to help AO the things that we don't like about politics. Specifically, they both expand electoral participation, which is the goal of any democracy. I think also primary reform also improves the representation and the pool of candidates that get to serve. We could look no further than the creation of Alaska Top 4 primary. Under this system, all eligible candidates are, regardless of party affiliation, are on one ballot for the primary. Then those top 4 candidates advance to the general election, and voters choose those candidates using ranked choice voting. Now, some people will advocate that banking on these movements will solve a lot of the problems, but the added element of RCV ensures that the candidate who wins must command the majority of votes. I don't have the data on victories, but all candidate primaries led to slightly more or slightly higher rate of female candidate entry. And women make up a larger share of candidate pool in state legislative elections when there are open primaries. More women run in all candidate primaries at both the congressional and the state level. And in congressional states races across the country, 56% of party primaries feature no female candidate, while only 27% of all candidate primaries did. Likewise, in state legislative elections, there are no women in 64% of party primaries, but just 43% of all candidate primaries. For both congressional and legislative elections, women nominated via all open primaries were more likely to win general elections than nominated in party primaries. That data is huge. So if we think about a lot of times when women are running for office, we might favor that woman for office, but we sometimes hesitate to vote for them because we think they might not have a chance to win. So sometimes, and that happens quite often, that'll be our favorite candidate. But when you have an open pool in an open primary where there's a larger pool of candidates, there is a higher likelihood that a woman will not only win the primary, but have an equal shot if combined with RCV to actually win the actual election. So that's all I have to say. One thing I've learned is no one ever says, gee, I wish that person would have spoken a little while longer. So I don't want to take up too much time, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
On that note, my lips are sealed. Okay, move to the next witness. Thank you, Mr. Rowans.
Councilwoman, thank you for your service and legacy of leadership in our community, and thanks for this opportunity to testify. My name is Alberto Ramos. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I've lived in DC for over a decade. My daughters were both born here in the district, and this is the place I'll proudly call home for the rest of my life. I'm also a Navy veteran and the CEO of Veterans for All Voters, a nonpartisan nonprofit representing more than 8,000 volunteers across all 50 states. We work to make our elections more representative, competitive, and accountable. And I'm especially proud to see so many veterans testifying throughout the day today. I'm proud that Lisa Rice, a military family member and a leader within this movement, is also testifying, and proud that she's a member of Veterans for All Voters. We come with one simple request: listen to the overwhelming will of the voters. Fully fund Initiative 83, including semi-open primaries, not partially, not eventually, fully. You see, veterans are united by service. My brothers and sisters in arms swore an oath, not to a person or a political party, but to the Constitution of the United States. We're taught that the profession of arms requires service members to remain above the partisan fray, and many veterans carry that culture into civilian life when they take off the uniform for the last time. Many choose not to join a political party. And this country has a long, heartbreaking history of asking service members to defend the very freedoms they themselves are denied. During World War II, Black Americans signed up to fight fascism while returning to Jim Crow and voter suppression. The Double V campaign demanded victory against tyranny abroad and racism here at home, fueling the modern civil rights movement. A generation later, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds are drafted to Vietnam, many of them people of color or from low-income communities, sent off to a war they opposed, but without the right to vote for the leaders sending them there. When veterans say voting access matters, we speak from painful American history. Too often, this country has asked people to sacrifice for our democracy before allowing them to participate in it. So voting's not an abstraction to veterans, it's part of what we serve to protect. Yet today, too many veterans still come home and find themselves locked out of the elections that matter most. Nearly 60% of young veterans do not identify with either major political party. They put country over party, and our election system should not punish them for that. Here in DC, the question is even more urgent. We know what disenfranchisement looks like. We pay taxes, We serve, we teach, protect, build, and care for this city. And still, we have no full voting representation. For independent, non-affiliated voters in the district, tens of thousands of them veterans, closed primaries are a second layer of disenfranchisement. These rules function like a procedural poll tax, where the price of admission is private party registration. We should be honest about our history. In this country, disenfranchisement has often hidden behind procedure, defended as a rule, a technicality, or an administrative inconvenience like the price of paper. For far too long, minority communities, including many veterans, were denied power through clever rules designed to make exclusion look lawful. We should know better. DC should know better. And let me speak personally for just a moment, not only as the leader of this veterans nonprofit, I'm a progressive and a registered Democrat. I've worked hard to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot, and I served in a Democratic administration. And I believe it would be morally wrong and strategically foolish for Democrats in this city to ignore the will of the voters. There will be real threats to our democracy in the years ahead. We will need the moral authority to call out those abuses of power. How can we have it if in the nation's capital, we look at a clear vote of the people and decide the cost of paper, the price of printing ballots for everyone in this city, is too high to hear their voice? The voters have already spoken. Nearly 3/4 of district voters supported Initiative 83. It won across all 8 wards. Democrats supported it, Black and brown communities supported it, Native Washingtonians supported it, and veterans supported it. This wasn't a narrow mandate. This was self-government in action, a people-powered movement demanding fair and equal voting rights for every Washingtonian. A confident party welcomes more voters into the conversation, especially young people, people of color, and veterans who are all increasingly skeptical of party labels, but still share our hopes for a more just and inclusive city. The country and the world are watching what happens right here in Washington, D.C. Now the council has a chance to show that when DC voters speak, their leaders listen. The promise of American democracy remains unfinished, but veterans know it is still worth fighting for. Please fully fund Initiative 83, respect voters, respect veterans, let every Washingtonian vote in the elections that matter most, and let the district help lead America towards the democracy every voter deserves.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for your service and thank you for letting me change the subject a little bit here with my testimony. My name is Tony Francavilla. I'm the Chief Development Officer of DC Scores. I'm also a Ward 5 resident and I've lived in the district for the last 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of DC Scores. We're a nonprofit serving more than 3,500 district kids at 68 DC public and public charter schools through our soccer, poetry, and service learning programs, which we offer at no cost to families or schools. We're a legacy of the 1994 World Cup and have been serving kids across the district for 30 years. We'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for the continued investment in OST in the FY27 budget and in our youth through investment in Events DC. We also want to thank Events DC for supporting the city's sports and creative economies and for ensuring that the young people benefit from the resources and opportunities created by those investments. For many years, we've benefited from Events DC's Community Grants Program. Although we did not receive that funding this year, it's been critical in the past to meeting the growing demand for our programming. We've also benefited from Events DC sponsorship of our events like One Night, One Goal, in the Events DC Club at Audi Field, and our Scores Cup corporate soccer tournament at the Fields at RFK. The Fields at RFK are an especially valuable community resource for us, as they're the only venue in the city large enough to host our major outdoor events. However, the demand for DC Scores programming outpaces our current resources. We're 20 schools away from ensuring that all Title I DCPS feeder pattern elementary and middle schools have access to our program. We have an active wait list of those 20 schools. We're ready to serve more students, but lack the increased funding required. After a challenging fundraising year, we may even need to pull back on some of that programming going into next school year. We call the kids we serve poet athletes, young people who prioritize their mental and emotional health as well as their physical health, and who use their voices, platforms, and skills to build their communities. The world needs more poet athletes. DC is the district of champions, and the nation's sports capital, but for us, it's also Poet Athlete City. We look forward to finding more ways to partner with Events DC and the Council to ensure that the many events and opportunities in the coming years continue to build our city in that image. And as always, I'd like to end with the words of our poet athletes. So this is an excerpt from a poem by Whittier Elementary School in Ward 4. It's called Soccer Legends. We all have soccer legends who we want to be, athletes we admire who've taken the lead. Let me tell you about a few who bring the heat. You don't even know how Brianna Scurry glows, blocking a penalty kick in 1999. The ball in her gloves was perfectly aligned. We won the world because of her goalie hands, but did you know when she was young she didn't have a chance? There was no girls' team for her to advance, but she followed her dreams. She never gave up. First Black woman in the Hall of Fame to play. We want you to know how she led the way. For me. All these soccer legends who we want to be, but now it's time for me to take the lead for all of the kids who look like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your testimony. I think we've examined our initiative in depth. Mr. Ramos, I just wanted you to know that, there are many veterans, probably veterans families that you still need to tap in the District of Columbia, mine being one, okay? So, and I think about others that I know that are not affiliated with an organization. I hear you loud and clear, but this is, I think one of the things an organization like yours should be tasked with, and that's talking to the political parties that we have in the city. Um, you're telling one side of the story, but I happen to know another side of the story. Okay. um, Parties are something that are very dear to individuals who've been in them, their families. You know about America, you know how we grew, and you know why we have parties. And so it's going to require an extensive conversation to say that we're so modern in America that yeah, what does a party really matter? Because that's what we're, in essence, we're saying. Um, I think about over in Virginia, where, in some parts they actually make the determination as without having to go through any elaborate process other than their party process. And so we let's just plan on having some conversations. Um, these ideas that are generated in our community, circulating in our community, um, you know, they've been around for a long time. So I'm just suggesting you need to have some chatter with a lot of the community, and not just those of us who will come to you. You got to really come out and I think there is a way for us um, all to work together and get to that purpose. I think the city wants good candidates. We want good women candidates, and you should know, Ms. Denner, we actually have had female-led councils in this city in the past. So women, we know we're stronger than the men in DC. We know that. But so we don't worry about that. What we worry about is getting good people that will serve all of the people of the district. And so that's we are. And that's certainly what I always hear from Mr. Adolfo. And so thank you very much. I need to ask you, sir, about this budget. Can you get me a fact sheet on what the need is and how many are being served today and what the need is to serve the additional 20 schools?
Yes, I can absolutely get you that.
Please, thank you
Sure will.
very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you all very, very much for today. Our next, all right, we have Zachary Rigone, Julia O'Leary, Gwen Gertie, Miguel Durano, Erica Waddington, and I think this may be it. Miguel, you're up. Okay, all right, excellent, all right. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Ragon, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Zach Ragoni, and I work in the district's criminal justice policy space with a focus on reentry and systems performance. Now under the EOM, MORCA plays an important role in the district's reentry infrastructure, particularly as a coordinating body connecting returning citizens to services across multiple agencies. The proposed budget appears to maintain MORCA's current funding and staffing levels. I say appears because in this year's budget, MORCA's resources have been folded into the EOEM bureaucracy and spread across multiple entities. So while the funding may still exist, it's no longer organized in a way that allows the council to clearly see how it's being used or what it's producing. At best, the capacity appears stagnant. Yet demand is moving in the opposite direction. Since mid-2023, the district's incarcerated population has risen sharply and is now back above pre-pandemic levels. This means more people are returning to the community and doing so at a faster pace. So what we have is a simple mismatch. The district has increased the scale of its reentry challenge, while the capacity of its primary coordinating office has remained effectively unchanged. This year, for the first time, MORCA is not receiving a dedicated budget hearing. That's not incidental. It's a direct result of the absorption into EOEM, and a clear signal of reduced visibility and accountability. Reentry is a specialized policy area. Effective oversight requires continuity, subject matter expertise, and clear performance expectations built over time. Whatever structure is ultimately decided, MORCA's work should remain connected to that kind of oversight. Finally, I want to raise a structural issue that extends beyond MORCA. There are offices within the EOM that are expected to coordinate across agencies, responding to legislative priorities and demonstrate measurable outcomes, but they're not structured with the capacity to do this consistently. MORCA is a clear example. There's no dedicated function responsible for connecting what the council funds, what agencies do, and what outcomes are produced. And that's a gap. And it's exactly that gap that has shown up in prior oversight around responsiveness, performance measurement, and legislative engagement. Addressing that doesn't require a major expansion, but it does require intentional capacity. In closing, I would urge the council to do three things. First, ensure MORCA's work remains connected to consistent subject matter informed oversight. Second, ensure the office is resourced to meet a reentry pipeline that is growing rapidly. And third, give serious consideration to establishing dedicated policy and coordination capacity within offices of this scope. Because these aren't abstract improvements. They determine whether the district's investment in reentry actually reaches the people it's meant to serve. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about my testimony.
Thank you very much, and I will have a few questions. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon,
Good
Councilwoman.
afternoon.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you and take time off from work to voice my testimony. My name is Julian O'Leary. I'm a Navy veteran who served over 6 years in the submarine force. Not the newest resident we've heard today, but I moved to Washington, D.C. This December, the day of the first snow, and live in Ward 1. I'm here today to request a full funding of Initiative 83. In my time in the submarine force, I served in various states across the United States geographically and politically, from Washington State to Hawaii to South Carolina. And in all of these states, primaries are more open and are more open than here in DC. So anyone who's deployed will understand the long list of items that pile up and have to be done prior to leaving their homes for months or years at a time. So for some like myself, this regularly meant months of zero contact with the outside world on deployment, no calls to my family, no emails to loved ones, and certainly no ability to manage my vote in an election. Ranked choice voting provides the estimated 160,000 service members currently deployed abroad and those without regular communication, representation for the system in which they fight. While I was in the military, I saw firsthand how easily election participation fell off the plate for many of my peers who felt disenfranchised by their party. It is their voice that needs to be heard in elections, and keeping primaries closed simply puts up more boundaries for them to exercise their vote. Democracy works when all people are involved. In a time where around the country and the world it seems as if all forces are making voting more difficult, DC must acknowledge the stage that we're sitting on and lead by example and fully fund the initiative that was passed by a supermajority by its people 2 years ago. And I also just want to bring up a quote that you mentioned earlier, which is "the devil's in the details." And a lot of conversations have to happen. And I agree with both of those statements. The devil is always in the details, and every plan that can be put before a voter may seem optimistic and easily solvable, but frequently it falls apart once we start picking it apart and realizing the impact. Regardless of that, though, we need to fund the initiative that was passed by a supermajority so that we can find those details and have that conversation. Thank you for your time, and with that, I yield my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And next?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. Nice to see you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Board of Elections budget today. My name is Miguel Trindade de Ramo. I'm a proud Ward 1 resident, a proud Democrat, and a public servant appearing in my personal capacity to urge this committee to fully implement Initiative 83. In 2024, DC voters were asked if political parties should be allowed to take taxpayer dollars to run private primary elections that are not open to all voters. An overwhelming majority of 73% demanded that we let independents vote. Because of Initiative 83, letting independents vote in elections that they pay for is not only morally right, it is now DC law. In fact, only 9 states completely closed their primaries to unaffiliated voters. It is not the norm. But I'm not here to talk about other states. This is DC, where so many of our neighbors are independents for professional, ethical reasons. Thousands of our DC neighbors are civil servants, federal judges, military veterans, and journalists who decline to register with a party because of their profession. You're hearing from some of them today. Thank you for your service. Thousands of our neighbors are justice-involved returning citizens who also decline party affiliation for any number of reasons. You'll hear from some of them today, too. Our democracy will be stronger when we let them vote. Now, I've made very similar arguments before the council in the past, but let me share something additional with you today, council member. Last year, Washington, D.C. suffered mightily from deep and devastating cuts to the civil service. My own partner was doged, as we say, out of his livelihood and his career at USAID. Tens of thousands of Washingtonians lost their jobs. Tens of thousands more are still in the federal civil service today, but they now refrain from taking overt political positions in their private lives, to which they have every right, out of fear of retribution in their professional lives. I speak to voters every day. I hear this over and over again. Voters do not want to make partisan political contributions. They do not want to host political events. Some decline to register to vote, especially our non-citizen neighbors. And yes, some do not want to formally register with a political party, all because of their real fear in this moment in our nation. We should not bar our neighbors who cannot register publicly with a political party because of their employment, because of ethical obligations, because of fear, from the ballot box, now more than ever. As a member of the Steering Committee for Initiative 83, I am proud of the work our team did to canvass and organize voters all across the district. We invested heavily in education and community engagement. We took the time to learn how the people in DC truly feel, and we hit the streets each day of the campaign to earn their support. And that paid off with majorities in all 8 wards supporting Initiative 83, including a strong majority of Democrats. It's not surprising. DC voters abhor taxation without representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Waddington?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds. I am Erica Watlington. I'm a Ward 5 resident and Vice President of Policy for DCBIA. DCBIA is the leading organization focused on development here in the district. And we commend you and the committee for your ongoing work to strengthen the administration of our elections, ballot access, and even voter registration here in DC. The Board of Elections carries a significant statutory and constitutional responsibility on behalf of all DC voters, particularly in this active election year. Unfortunately, we believe that there are serious vulnerabilities in its current structure that must be addressed. While BOE is not traditionally viewed as a controversial budget agency, the board's decisions, particularly around ballot initiatives, have significant and long-term fiscal implications to DC. First, with respond to the board composition, there are consequential decisions about whether a proposed initiative can legally appear on the ballot that is made by as minimal as 2 members. This threshold determinations alter statutory frameworks, it can bind future councils, and impose financial obligations. So we urge you in the committee to recommend expanding the board's membership for a more representative body and quorum requirements to ensure such decisions reflect a broad range of knowledge and judgment. Second, the ballot initiative process can impose significant fiscal obligations, as I mentioned, and effectively override council decisions. Yet there is no requirement for a meaning fiscal review before they advance. So the key is the timing of when BOE requests their fiscal impact statement. A fiscal impact statement should be a mandatory prerequisite before the board decides whether a proposed initiative is proper. Currently, the board makes that threshold determination about fiscal permissibility before it has requested a FIS from the CFO. We know, the CFO is a sole independent official authorized to make that binding fiscal determination for DC. This sequencing increases the likelihood of error, it invites avoidable litigation, and presents policy decisions to voters without formal fiscal impact. As we sit here today, it is clear that the FY27 budget is already feeling the consequences of unchecked initiatives, like tip wages changes have led to restaurant closures, creating vacant storefronts in our members' commercial buildings, and eroding property tax income and income tax, that revenue that DC severely needs this time. That fiscal health of the district is of direct consequence of initiatives without guardrails. Other states have voter-led initiative processes that handle this a little bit differently. For example, in Colorado, a fiscal impact must be prepared by the proponents no later than the time of the board meeting. Or in Arkansas, a fiscal review is triggered shortly after it's filed and completed before the certification is on the ballot. And in Idaho and Missouri, a fiscal analysis occurs during the qualification process. And in other jurisdictions, guardrails that are established to prevent substantially similar initiatives that are repeatedly come before a board through a cooling off period. For example, in Nebraska and Utah and Massachusetts, they prohibit the resubmission of the same or substantially similar measure over a defined period of years. In Utah and Massachusetts, they also include restrictions that prevent identical or nearly identical proposals from repeatedly being called upon before their board. And so we can ask the committee to consider similar guardrails for the District Board of Elections. And finally, just wanted to flag that many other states also limit their initiatives to a single subject, including California, Colorado, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, Ohio, and Arizona. These rules help ensure clarity and prevent complex or unrelated policy changes from being bundled into a single measure. So we understand that you have proposed legislation to align the board's process more closely to some of these practices in other jurisdictions. We completely support that initiative and believe it is time to reform this process. We urge the committee to address these concerns. There is clear, predictable, and accountable procedures that are in need of the public interest and essential to maintaining the integrity of the district's ballot process. They ensure that the residents are not only misled by measures which full impacts are unclear, but we also want to make sure that these initiatives ultimately approved are legally sound and follow all the district's requirements. So I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And you probably already know that we have, it is now a requirement that the Board of Elections be 5 members. It is law. I think it became law in March, so I finally got that done. We also are looking at the whole initiative process, and much of what you have spoken to is in a bill where we'll have a markup in a few days. So we finally reached that plateau. You're correct about the fiscal impact. having that information up front is always very helpful. And I just wanted to thank you for that, and thank all of you for your testimony. I've heard a lot about the initiative, and we want it now. We demand now, and that's fine. I'm comfortable hearing that, and thank you very much for your service, sir. Really and truly appreciate it. And to Mr. Vergoni, one of the areas that is new to me is the returning citizen piece. It was previously in other committees. Although when I first came to the council in 2013, it was in my committee, and only for that, I think for a year, because I was doing a split term. But I must say that I'm very happy to look at the returning citizen concerns in general. While it is definitely a part of the EOM, I understand that given the nature of the population it serves, it kind of, we don't want it to be lost in this larger, you know, group of agencies that also are serving specialized populations, because this is a population that by law, federal law, demands that they return to the district. And we therefore have some responsibility, because we also are informed that we should make them whole. And so that's job, that's a place to live. And so it is very, very challenging. So thank you very much for that again, for bringing that up to us again. Thank you. So thank you to the entire panel. Thank you so much. All right. Our next panel, Joe Bishop Henchman, and I know he's here. I saw him earlier. Heidi Ellis, Caesar Toledo. Okay. Erwin Wellham. And we can take two more. Brent Lord. Simone Freeman. I don't see Mr. Freeman. Saw him the other day. Brandon Wu. All right. So we now have our panel of 4. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. I will not inundate you with discussion. Okay. All right, we'll start. Can we start with you, sir? You are Mr. All right, go right ahead.
It's 2007, and I'm registered as no party. When I'm not working, I spend my time coaching the next generation of Washingtonians. I coach the DC Titans Youth 12 and Youth 14 hockey teams. I also coach the DC Stars high school varsity and JV teams. I am here today as a coach, a neighbor, and a taxpayer to make an explicit request. The council must fully and faithfully fund Initiative 83. At Fort DuPont, we teach our players a very simple principle. If you show up in practice, work hard, and play by the rules, you deserve your shift on the ice. You don't get benched just because of the jersey you wore yesterday. Unfortunately, DC's current primary system doesn't operate with that same sense of fairness. First, we must respect the will of the voters. In 2024, a supermajority of district voters, including a majority of Democrats and a supermajority across all 8 wards, voted yes on Initiative 83. This wasn't a suggestion, it was a mandate. We hear a lot about defending democracy from federal encroachment, but democracy starts right here in this chamber. DC cannot credibly argue that the federal government should respect our local authority if our own council won't respect the clear decision made by the people of this at the ballot box. Funding this is a matter of integrity. It is estimated to cost just 39 cents per resident, and the price of paper should not be a barrier to the will of the people. Second, this is about ending taxation without representation within our own borders. As an independent voter, I pay the same taxes as my neighbor. My tax dollars fund the primary elections and the fair elections program that many use to run their campaigns. Yet because I choose not to affiliate with a specific party, I am locked out of the very elections that determine who will lead our city. In a district that has fought for over a century for the right to be heard, it is a glaring injustice to disenfranchise thousands of unaffiliated voters in our most consequential elections. Finally, I ask you to stand up for DC. We are living in an era where local authority is under constant threat. To prove that you are the leaders who can protect us from federal overreach, you must first prove that you listen to us. Council members who disregard the voters on Initiative 83 cannot effectively argue that the federal government is wrong for disregarding our collective will. I hope that you show the residents of Ward 8, the kids that I coach, that their votes and their futures matter. Please fully fund semi-open primaries this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And next?
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Chairwoman
Thank
Bonds.
you.
My name is Heidi Ellis and my pronouns are she, her. I'm here on behalf of the DC LGBTQ plus Budget Coalition, which is a group of 20 plus LGBTQ led and serving organizations and individuals working to advocate for better policies and investments for queer residents of DC. I'm here to testify about the proposed funding and continued cuts for the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, specifically the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs. I'm joined by others from our coalition on this panel and throughout the budget oversight cycle. They are not just partners, but the backbone of this work in the district. Groups like the Wanda Austin Foundation and SMILE, who are on the front line supporting LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness, many of whom are transgender and gender expansive young people navigating both housing instability and systemic discrimination. The DC Center, which serves as a hub for connection, services, and community, Joseph's House and Whitman Walker and others who are doing critical work at the intersection of health, housing, and providing dignity for citizens. These are the organizations that make the system real for people. The purpose of my testimony is to provide grounding for the committee, and I'm here to zoom out and talk about what this current climate and moment means for the district and what it says about who we are as a city. For a long time, DC has been able to say, even when the federal government moves in the opposite direction, even when our autonomy is limited, we still do everything we can locally to protect our most vulnerable people. Because across the country right now, we are seeing coordinated attacks on trans people's ability to access healthcare, employment, education, and basic safety. Since 2021, the district has invested $8.9 million in LGBTQ services, reaching over 77,000 residents across healthcare, especially for those combating HIV and AIDS, housing, workforce, and violent prevention programs. But right now, we're seeing something shift. We're seeing LGBTQ specific funding eliminated and folded into broader funding pools with the consolidation of the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs into MOCA. We're seeing resources for community-based providers reduced across agencies like BOH and DHS in real time. And the scale of these reductions matter. Funding for LGBTQ specific grants have already dropped from $1.146 million supporting 32 providers in FY25 to just $520,000 supporting 13 providers in FY26. At the same time, the mayor's proposed FY27 budget includes a 12% reduction to the youth homelessness system, cutting approximately $2.5 million and eliminating at least 28 beds across the system. These are the programs that are already at capacity. So this isn't just about tightening a budget. This is about cutting off access to some of the most effective interventions we have for young people and queer and trans people with the highest needs. The organizations in our coalition provide healthcare, housing support, workforce development, violence prevention, and other real on-the-ground services. They're the ones reaching people who are least likely to access traditional systems. And collectively, they've served tens of thousands of residents across the city. Sorry, I'm very tired. My time is limited, and we've shared our letter outlining our FY27 priorities. So I'll close with our specific asks of this committee and you as leaders. We are asking you to take concrete action to stabilize and protect the systems that LGBTQ residents rely on every day. First, we need to stabilize funding for community-based organizations. That means advancing our proposed LGBTQ Community Fund Amendment Act that will establish the DC LGBTQ Fund as a protected public-private partnership one that ensures multi-year sustainability, sustainable investment, transparency in grant making, and long-term accountability. This will provide a mechanism that allows us to leverage private dollars to support key programming and services for our community and reduce our reliance on governmental dollars regardless of political winds changing. It also means fully implementing the Nonprofit Service Prevention Amendment Act. And we're also asking you to maintain and strengthen funding currently at $200,000 for the Violence Prevention and Response Team, VPART, a model that is already reaching hundreds of residents each year and is expanding crisis response, harm reduction, and prevention services across the district. Lastly, we are asking you to reimagine workforce programs for transgender and gender expansive residents, as the funding through DHS for those programs have been consistently cut from the mayor's budget each year, and we have fought to maintain them. Because budgets are a reflection of our values, and this moment will define whether we are willing to invest in people and systems that make the city safe, stable, and just, we are asking you to make that choice to invest in our community and make long-lasting decisions that do not force the most vulnerable and those under attack into a scarcity mindset. We appreciate the visibility. We appreciate seeing people at Pride, but our community needs more than presence. We need investment. We need policy, and we need sustained commitment. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, but I think I have a part of your testimony. Could I?
Yeah, we submitted, I submitted our letter, our full part of his letter, yeah.
You sent, yes,
Yeah.
but the information that you were sharing about the actual cuts, dollars, I don't have that.
No, that's in my test. I'll submit that as well. but
Okay, all right.
It only allowed me to add one document at one time, so I sent you the letter. but yeah,
Okay.
I'll follow
all
up on
right.
this. Yeah.
Thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you so much. That would be helpful. And then I have something to track. Again, as you know, LGBTQ it's in my committee now and it wasn't
Yes,
before.
understood.
So,
Yeah.
all right.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
And it's another example of community that is cherished here in the district. And so I'll take a look at what you.
Yes, yes. And some of those cuts that I highlighted in my testimony are just what we've recently learned from the mayor's. budget.
Yes.
Yep, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the council. My name is Erin Whalen. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the executive director of SMILE, where we support and empower LGBTQ+ youth across DC through critical housing services, mental health supports, and programming that creates hope, healing, and a sense of belonging. I'm also a member of the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, led by Heidi Ellis. The Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs plays a unique role in this city. It is not just about programs, it's about connection. It is about making sure communities are visible, engaged, and resourced in ways that feel real and accessible. And that's why what we've already experienced this year is so concerning. More than $400,000 in LGBTQ+ community-based funding was effectively stripped from the community, with little indication it was coming and through a process that was confusing and difficult to navigate. That kind of shift doesn't just create a budget gap, it creates instability across an entire ecosystem. At SMILE, funding through the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs has not been supplemental, it has been foundational. There have been moments where it is the only consistent funding supporting some of our most critical work. Work like bilingual street outreach, connecting with young people who are not walking through traditional doors. Out-of-school programming for LGBTQ+ youth ages 6 to 12, creating early spaces of belonging and affirmation. And training and education, helping schools, providers, and systems better understand and support our community. These are not fringe programs. They are often the entry points, the first connection of a young person or community member has to support. And then those entry points shrink or become uncertain. Everything downstream is impacted. Fewer young people are reached early, fewer connections are made, and needs become more acute by the time they surface elsewhere. We are seeing this now. What we are seeing now is just not a funding issue, it's a coherence issue. When resources are reduced, processes are unclear, and funding streams are combined in ways that don't reflect how communities actually access support, the result is fragmentation. And fragmentation shows up everywhere: in safety, when trusted access points weaken; in economic stability, when workforce pathways become inconsistent; and in community-based organizations, when the ability to plan and sustain work erodes. These are reflected in the coalition's priorities: stabilizing community-based organizations, strengthening safety and prevention, and investing in workforce pathways. But they are not separate challenges. They are all connected. They all rely on the same thing: stable, intentional, and accessible investment in a community infrastructure. That's why the call for dedicated LGBTQ+ funds matter, not just as new funding streams, but as a different approach, one that provides stability across years, clarity in how funding is accessed, and protection for the organizations doing this work, regardless of shifting priorities. Because right now, we are asking community-based organizations to create stability for others without providing it ourselves. I'll close with this. The impact of disinvestment doesn't always show up immediately. It shows up over time. And the young person who never gets connected early, and the community member who doesn't know where to go, and the program that quietly scales back until it no longer exists. And eventually, it shows up in a system that feels harder to access, less responsive, and further away from the people it was meant to serve. We have seen what targeted investment through the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs can do. We have built programs, reached communities, and created access points that would not have existed otherwise. The question now is whether we choose to stabilize and build on that or allow it to erode, because community does not sustain itself. It requires investment that is consistent, clear, and intentional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony as well. And I don't think we have your testimony, you will submit it, please. Thank you. Thank you so. All right. Okay. All right. And you can always send it to our email, seal, that's CEAL @dccouncil.gov. Okay. I didn't know the system limited the number of documents. We're learning that today. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Wood.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brandon Wu, and I live in Ward 1. I'm here today to speak about the DC Board of Elections implementation of ranked choice voting in this year's November general election, and urge the DC Council to act immediately to either convene this committee before summer recess or pass a subtitle through the Budget Support Act to amend DC Law 25-295 to adopt the single transferable vote in elections with multiple winners. Ranked choice voting was designed to give voters more voice, more choices, and disincentivize strategic voting. However, in the November at-large council election, there will be two winners, and Section 1-1001.08a, paragraph E of DC Law 25-295 adopts single winner ranked choice voting for a multi-winner election. This will disenfranchise voters who rank the Democratic candidate first by locking their votes and preventing them from having a say on the second elected at-large council candidate. Our previous system meant DC voters in the November general election had 2 votes to elect 2 at-large council members. But under the new system, voters who rank the top vote-getting candidate first, typically the Democrat, will have their votes locked on that candidate, and only voters who do not rank the Democrat first will get to decide the second seat. Without changing the ranked choice voting system for multi-winner elections, candidates and organizations will need to confusingly educate voters to rank independent candidates first over the Democratic nominee to ensure their votes can count for the second at-large seat. Let's take the 2024 at-large general election as an example. Of the 328,000 individuals who voted, 243,000 cast one of their 2 ballots for the Democratic candidate, Robert White. Let's say under the new system, 80% of those individuals ranked Robert White first. Those 194,000 voters are locked on the Democratic nominee, meaning they get no say in who the second elected at-large council candidate is. To put it another way, if the 2024 election was run under this year's rules, voters who ranked independent Christina Henderson first get a strategic advantage under the ranked choice voting system as written, since their votes do count towards deciding the second council seat, whereas voters who rank Robert White first have their votes ignored. DC Council can and must act to address this issue. Other jurisdictions have set a clear precedent that we can follow through the usage of the Single Transferable Vote System, or STV, used nationwide in city elections, including in Albany, Minneapolis, both Portland's, and Cambridge. STV means that your vote does not get locked onto your first choice, and surplus votes past the threshold to elect the first candidate get redistributed to your next choice. In the appendix of my submitted testimony using 2024 data, you can see how STV would ensure that voters ranking the Democratic nominee first can still have their votes counted for the second elected at-large council member. There's a reason no other jurisdiction in the US or in any other country uses single winner ranked choice voting for multi-winner elections. It's because it recreates the problems ranked choice voting was supposed to solve, forcing strategic voting and disadvantaging voters who rank the top vote getter first. To prevent the disenfranchisement of hundreds of thousands of voters in the November election, I urge council to act either convening seal before summer recess or passing a subtitle through the BSA to amend DC Law 25-295 to adopt the single transferable vote in elections with multiple winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Wu, because we are anticipating some lawsuits. I'll leave it at that at this moment. So this is one area that we know is maybe problematic, but thank you very much for your testimony. All right, and thank you all very, very much for your testimony. Our next panel, which will include Joe Bishop Hinchman. You were out when okay, all right, no problem. We knew you were here though. Thank you very much. Kristen Furnish, I think, is here. Lisa Rice, thank you for your patience. Evan Gillissi. Okay. All right. Mr. Hinchman, we'll begin with you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bonds and committee staff. My name is Joe Bishop Henchman. I'm a Ward 5 resident and would like to speak on maybe something different about the DC Board of Elections budget. It's something that's not in the budget, operation of ANC special elections. Every year we have 3 or 4 contested special elections, and the statute's written to put the burden on commissioners to make those happen. We ANC commissioners are unpaid volunteers who often have full-time jobs and other responsibilities. It's actually astonishing to me that we put the onus on us to schedule an election date, scout out and reserve a polling location, prepare ballots and other materials, and serve as unpaid poll workers for much of a day when we have the excellent 66 employees of the Board of Elections and their warehouse of equipment that is not used for this. ANCs are having to reinvent the wheel when the DC BOE has the wheel all built and ready to go. Councilmember Bonds, you valiantly tried different solutions legislatively in the last year, and I appreciate your work on this issue. DC BOE should be asked what it would cost for them to take on to run the 3 or 4 special elections, ANC special elections that we do each year, and to include that in the budget. Second, I want to alert you to a change in the law that may be needed as a result of some recent actions in the election with the Board of Elections. As you and everybody who runs for office in DC knows, we have this process where the board does not check petition signatures from candidates, but instead relies on challengers to identify deficient petitions and initiate a challenge process. Maybe we should change that, but if we're not, there's an issue that's popped up this year. By law, and that law is DC Code 1-1001.80, challengers have 10 days to make their case. The board then has 20 days to decide it, and then whoever loses has 3 days to appeal it. And then that's it. As the law is written, that's the time frame, and it's tight, but it's important because ballots need to get printed and mailed. Unfortunately, this cycle, in 3 matters, the losing party is violating this law. And so these 3 individuals, they lost before the board, they lost before the Court of Appeals, and now they're continuing to seek rehearings and appeals. One of them is even trying to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. This should be over. The ballots are being printed. I'm actually the lawyer for the candidate, so the defense against that person in that case. And we have to contemplate, are we going to pay for Supreme Court briefing? Are we going to be spending time on this meritless appeal that's already been rejected by the board and the Court of Appeals? The statute should be amended to provide costs in that situation, and I've submitted for the record a draft language for a potential amendment. Finally, I am one of the 85,000 registered independents who won't be voting in the primary because of the non-implementation of I-83. I'll admit, and you know this, I was unsure about I-83, but it did pass overwhelmingly, so I hope you'll consider a semi-open primary to allow independents, not other party registered people, but independents to be able to vote in the primary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hinchman, and we've known each other for a long time. You're a very effective commissioner, and so I hope that we'll have an opportunity to talk more about the how we can effectively implement a new voting system in the district, because I foresee a number of challenges, legal challenges to what we have before us. And, there are many models, and the model that has been selected for our race will lead us to challenges.
And something I haven't heard talked about a lot yet, like not just today, but generally, is that our ballot this year is, for Democrats at least, is 2 pieces of paper when it's normally been 1. And like, how common will it be that we get 1 piece of paper from a voter instead of the 2 that they're supposed to turn in?
Well, also, it's two-sided.
Yeah, 2 pages, front and back.
So,
Yeah, 4.
I did try. I said that just changing from 50 years, a new process in itself takes time.
Yeah.
But then with a 50% plus 1, that in itself, and knowing, well, anyway,
Yeah.
yes, you're right. Lots of challenges that we face, but we can do it, right? Okay. Kristen?
Hi,
Go
good
right ahead.
afternoon, Councilwoman Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Furnish, and I live in Ward 3. I've lived in the district for nearly 10 years, and I'm fully committed to doing everything in my power to make this city a place where everyone's voice can be heard. I've shown up for democracy in the district by working with many local campaigns and neighborhood coalitions. And through these experiences, I've seen firsthand the overwhelming support among DC residents for laws and policies that ensure nobody in the community is excluded from having an opportunity to choose the politicians who will determine our future. Yet, as I sit here today, 85,000 independent voters in DC, including myself, remain unfairly locked out of the democratic process. That is our reality, even though voters in all 8 wards voiced their support for the full funding of Initiative 83, telling this council, without a doubt, they wanted you to let independents vote in semi-open primaries. I testified last year and urged you to respect the will of the voters. Dozens of other DC voters took time out of their day to come to this building and ask the same. And I'm back today because the council ultimately decided not to fully fund the implementation of Initiative 83 and give independents access to the ballot. Needless to say, I am deeply disappointed and frustrated. We're seeing unprecedented federal encroachment and threats to overturn DC law and local authority. DC cannot argue that the federal government should respect the will of DC voters if DC politicians won't even respect us. When the council chose to only fully fund the ranked choice voting of half of Initiative 83, you ignored Native Washingtonians, Black Washingtonians, senior citizens, Democrats, and every other constituency group in the district whose vote made the measure a mandate. This is simple. Voters approved Initiative 83, and now it needs to be fully implemented. Not partially, not eventually, but fully. Funding semi-open primaries is about fairness and respecting the voters. Democracy works best when more people can participate, and DC has worked to expand the vote, including extending to undocumented immigrants the right to vote in local elections. Refusing to allow independents to vote in partisan primaries is out of step with our pro-voter norms in DC. Initiative 83 was meant to give a voice to all proud Washingtonians, and I urge the council to make sure it does by finishing the job they started last year and finding money this year to fully fund its implementation. District voters want and deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Rice? You're on.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Lisa D.T. Rice. I'm a native Washingtonian, former ANC Commissioner, Ward 7 resident, Veterans for All Voters DC State Leader, co-founder and CEO of Grow Democracy DC, and the proposer of Initiative 83. I am also an independent voter. 2 years ago, I wore a sandwich board outside several primary polling places. It issued an invitation for conversation. I cannot vote today. Ask me why. I met Washingtonians who had no idea that independent voters like me and 85,000 others cannot vote in our taxpayer-funded primary elections. Some were floored, others were outraged. Tens of thousands signed a petition to get Initiative 83 on the ballot to give me the right to vote. In the fall of 2024, more than 212,000 DC voters, a supermajority of 73%, voted to give me the ballot. But 2 years later, I am facing yet another election where I will watch others choose for me, where my taxes will be used to fund both campaigns and elections that I cannot participate in. When I became an independent, I didn't realize I would be disenfranchised. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that to exercise the sacred right to vote, you must belong to a political party. The Republican and Democratic parties didn't even exist at the founding of our nation, and yet they've made a fundamental American right contingent on joining one of these private clubs, and all at taxpayer expense. And taxpayer dollars are now the only thing standing between me and my vote. It would cost just over $1 million to implement semi-open primaries. Most of that funding is for paper, educational mailers, ballots, and voter registration cards. Yes, it's a tough budget year, but that is no excuse. We would not tell people with disabilities that it's too expensive for them to vote. We would not accept it if someone told us they couldn't afford enough ballots for Black voters, and we should not accept that excuse for Initiative 83. I, among millions of Americans, am mourning the Supreme Court's decision just days ago to gut the Voting Rights Act, perhaps the single greatest voter enfranchisement legislation of the past century. The irony is not lost on me that while the National Democratic Party is decrying the disenfranchisement that is all but guaranteed to follow, leadership of the DC State Democratic Committee is fighting tooth and nail to keep me from voting. That puts this into clear view. Semi-open primaries are voter enfranchisement. Funding them is a question of morals, not money, of whether or not you think every voter should get a vote. History is littered with the feeble objections of those who have opposed the expansion of the franchise. Across the country, we are fighting with all our collective might to oppose the anachronistic efforts of authoritarians to drag us back to the days of poll taxes and exclusionary voting laws, hoping that our institutions can withstand the consistent broadside from elected officials who want to solidify their grip on power and strip away the voting rights of their constituents. As Council knows, DC is particularly vulnerable. You have had to engage in unprecedented lobbying, pleading with national politicians to respect DC voters and not nullify our democratic process. Many council members are running for office, pledging to defend us against efforts to undermine our ballots. And yet this council has hypocritically done exactly that by refusing to accept and respect the will of a supermajority that supported Initiative 83. So which is it? Are the outcomes of our local elections sacred and worthy of respect from elected officials or not? This vote is about whether you believe that you are obligated to respect the clear mandate from your constituents, an obligation that is even greater when the mandate concerns how you are elected. Obstruction will not be remembered kindly in history. Bottom line, if you believe in democracy, if you believe in the will of the voters, and you believe in enfranchising every American, you will fully fund Initiative 83. You will give us the ballot and you will let us vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and now we'll move to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Bonds. My name is Evan. I'm a DC resident of 15 years. What an act to follow. Earlier today, following witness testimony supporting the full funding of Initiative 83, a defense was mounted, invoking quote-unquote nostalgia and family ties as reasons to protect the sanctity of political parties. The primary is the party's own affair. That is one of the oldest defenses in American election law. It is the defense the Texas Democratic Party offered in 1932 and the Supreme Court accepted in 1935. It is the defense the court then rejected in 1944. The headline of that decision literally read, "When, as here, primaries become a part of the machinery for choosing officials, state and federal, the same tests do not determine the character, discrimination, or abridgment should be applied to the primary as are applied to the general election." It's pretty straightforward. The court's reasoning was simple. When the primary is the determinative election, when one party determines all outcomes in a jurisdiction, the party's claim to private affairs collapses. The election is the public's election. The voters excluded from it are excluded from public life. The court understood this in 1944. I'm asking you to understand this in 2026. The DC Home Rule Act was signed in December of 1973. It is the document that gave this city the right to elect a mayor, the right to elect a council, the right to participate in its own self-government for the first time in almost 100 years. It is also the document that defined the limits of that self-government. There is a mechanism by which the Home Rule Act permits legislative bodies to override the will of voters without repealing the laws the voters passed. That mechanism is called appropriations. It is rare to repeal initiatives outright. That power is traditionally held for the most severe cases, ones where the unintended consequences must have gone on unforeseen, like when the council repealed term limits placed on themselves by the voters in 2001. That's noble. In August of last year, when the federal government used the levers of the Home Rule Act against the district, this council was unanimous in its objection. The chair called it a manufactured intrusion on local authority. The mayor called it authoritarian. Members of this body said the federal government was trampling on democracy in real time. Today, this council is using the exact same mechanism. The rhetoric this body deployed against the federal government in August applies to what this committee is being asked to do today. The objection to authoritarian use of appropriations does not become different objection because the appropriator is sitting in this dais instead of in the White House. In 1965, President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act. Dr. King attended, then left, and went directly to march for DC Home Rule. He understood that the right to vote and the right to self-government are the same right at different scales. The men and women who marched for that signature, who registered voters, who organized, who waited 2 centuries for the right to choose their own mayor and council, did so believing that the party they were lifting into power would then, when the time came, lift them in return. They'd be confused today to learn that that body fought to create has spent 2 consecutive budget cycles using the same levers of power against the city's own residents. They wouldn't recognize it in this committee's actions, the principle they thought they were securing. The voters of the district passed this law. The council is asked today to fund what the voters passed. I am also asking the council to fund what the voters passed. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you. We will come back to you, Mr. Freeman. You're here now. If you'll join us at the witness table, and Sean Hillendorf also, and Adrian Alexander, Ashley Chapin, and Ms. Patel will get you next, okay? I know you always have a schedule, so I will try to adhere to that for you. All right, we will start with you, Mr. Freeman, and then we'll go to Mr. Hillendorf, and then we'll, okay. Go right
Well,
ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon. Kimon Freeman, co-founder of WEAC Radio. And I'm currently a candidate for DC delegate here in Washington, DC. And as a member of the DC Statehood Party, I'm frequently reminded that to unseat a Democrat primary win in this city is nearly laughable. Many people are unaware of the fact that Miss Hilda Mason, you may remember, had done it a number of times. She was also chairwoman of the council. She was a member of the DC Statehood Party. She was there for 22 years. I believe that's the second longest tenure on the council history. A lot of people are unaware of that. But in a general election, she would be able to cast her ballot for whomever she chose without being a member of that party, because the general election is an open election. The closed primary is what we're talking about, because when you tell us that you're trying to protect, you're preserving the closed primary so the black votes are counted, it's laughable because you're saying that if you can, it's unlikely to unseat a Democrat primary winner in a general election, but you don't get to say who the candidates come before you in the general election. It's kind of preserving the status quo, if you will. And what the majority of the people that voted to enact Initiative 83, they have said that they want to be able to participate in the selection of the candidates that come before them in a general election. And denying that amounts to the same self-determination that's denied us from the federal government. And if we're going to do the same thing that they're doing, then what are we really saying to the people that we claim to be representing? And I want people to understand that when Hilda Mason was here, she was recognized as the grandmother of the world, and she was she was a Democratic socialist and one of the most popular candidates in the city, and is personally responsible for Bernie Sanders' election victory initially. And Bernie was an independent, still be, but he's now in the Democratic Party. So these are not opposing forces, and we should not look like this is somehow of a takeover. It is more of a democratic process, because if I'm not a member of the Democratic Party and I'm not able to choose the candidate to come before me in the general election, and you tell me it's unlikely to unseat anyone who's outside of the Democratic primary in that general election, then what are we doing? I think we're practicing the same fascism that the federal government is practicing. And I hope that you guys would do the right thing and honor the value of the wishes of the majority of the people in this city that wanted to have open primaries and fully fund Initiative 83.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And for those who have not submitted their written testimony, it's important that it be a part of the record, and we really need your written testimony. You can submit it to SEAL, SEAL at dccouncil.gov, as opposed to, I'm sorry, CEAL. See, that's where we do it. Yep. When I saw his face and I said, oh, S. Okay, the brain. Yes, thank you. CEAL at dccouncil.gov. That's the easier one than saying records management system, blah, blah, blah. So thank you very much for that. All right, Sean, we'll take your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Sean Hilgendorf, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I'm also a renter and a resident in Ward 6. DCAR is the district's state association of realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interests of our approximately 2,800 members and their clients here in the district who live and work in every ward. Through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, property managers, homeowners, and renters like me. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your longstanding partnership with our association. DCAR typically shows up in front of the Housing Committee to talk about the need for homeownership, housing production and preservation, and balanced landlord-tenant laws. It's unusual for us to sit in front of this committee at a hearing on the Board of Elections, but we are here today because our housing industry is facing an existential threat. Without council action, DC voters will walk into the ballot box sometime soon and face a massive housing omnibus bill, pages and pages long, with complex legal language and numerous different policy proposals. They will stand there trying to make sense of this huge bill without the benefit of adequate information on the cost of the legislation and without any analysis of the economic impact of the bill. And the bill they will see on their ballot was so hastily drafted that it had to be rewritten repeatedly after it was first proposed, and it may well still be unconstitutional. And let me be clear, district residents are being sold a lie. It is not true that you can freeze rent in perpetuity for years and maintain our housing stock so that it stays livable. It's not true that you can pull millions of dollars out of the housing market and still have the same amount of housing available for our residents looking for a home. And it's not true that we can build the new housing we desperately need if we make it impossible for the smallest housing providers that our association represents to meet their costs. Thankfully, Councilmember Bonds, you are ahead of the curve. You've already proposed legislation to solve this problem and to make sure voters can make their voices heard effectively. Your bill will ensure voters can vote responsibly on one issue at a time. Your bill would also make sure that voters can see the cost of legislation before they sign a petition or they vote. And your legislation will ensure that there's more robust legal analysis of these initiatives so we don't face initiatives with legal and constitutional issues. Our voters don't have legislative and committee teams. They don't have research agencies, and they can't negotiate amendments and compromises on huge omnibus legislation. Putting ballot initiatives like the one we are facing now in front of them is not democratic, it's disrespectful. That's why I'm here today to ask the council and you to move your common sense reforms forward as soon as possible. Inaction could very well cripple a housing market that's already been deeply weakened by President Trump and federal interventions in our city. And it will leave fewer people with access to high quality, affordable homes, which is the whole point of our association's existence. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your closing statement. Leave fewer people with access to higher quality homes, and you indicate that that's something your organization is concerned with. I just want to remind you, the entire city is concerned with that. So thank you very much for that. And now let's see, I think our next, Adrian.
Hi,
There
good
you are.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for holding this hearing today. I really appreciate having the opportunity to talk to you guys. My name is Adrian Alexander. I'm a resident of Ward 7. I'm here today requesting full funding of Initiative 83, as well as looking to get answers to a few simple questions if possible at the end, but I'll save that for the end of my address. To begin with, I was born in Texas and raised in Florida, two closed primary states, by parents who knew the importance of voting. Our ancestors died for the right to participate in elections, and the very least we can do to honor them is to vote, my father was fond of saying. Accordingly, I voted in every election since I turned 18. And as a queer Black man, I voted exclusively for Democrats and independents in those elections. I voted for far left candidates in primaries and centrists and generals. I've campaigned for Dems, going so far as to do my least favorite thing in the entire world, calling people on the phone in order to get them to vote in a particular sort of a way. I voted for candidates who actively made me feel like a second-class citizen by supporting separate but equal policy of civil unions over marriage equality. And through it all, I felt certain that the things I hold most dear were not reflected in the party I was forced to register with just to be able to participate. Fast forward to 2024, the lesser evil began lying and spreading propaganda in service of a genocide and actively telling those of us who are protesting that genocide to shut up, that they were speaking, and we needed to vote for them while ignoring our demands. The Dems lost that election and at the same time lost me as a party member. After 20 years of being willing to go along to get along, I simply couldn't take it anymore, and I left the Democratic Party in favor of independence. I, like a supermajority of DC voters, supported I-83 precisely because I know that the best safeguard for our democracy has always been expanding participation, not shrinking it. That's a position I don't believe this council shares, and I don't understand why that is. I've seen over the last 20 years that politics in America isn't really about what the voters want so much as it's about what helps people who are already in power maintain that power. And I've been disillusioned by that reality. But if the least that I can do is vote, then I would like to think the least that you can do is fulfill the wishes of the vast majority of those voters and fully fund the initiatives they overwhelmingly support. Short of that, I would love an answer to a few simple questions. 1, why is it that you're so comfortable disenfranchising me? 2, why is it that you're so comfortable being the body standing in the way of fulfilling the dream of the ancestors who died to give me the right to participate as fully as possible in our political system? And lastly, why should anyone trust you to provide a bulwark against the anti-democratic actions of this administration if you're unwilling to do the bare minimum to fulfill the mandate offered by your constituents? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Chapin?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Chapin. I'm a Ward 1 resident of 8 years. I'm a registered Democrat. And while I'm excited to use RCV in this year's primary, I'm truly disheartened that independents still won't be included. I actually see many voters confused. They thought that since 83 passed, that would mean both pieces would be implemented. So I am here to request that semi-open primaries be funded in the upcoming budget cycle as an integral part of the pro-democracy reform proposed by I-83. You've heard many arguments today. For the sake of time and originality, I'm going to focus on one here. It's not fair to force independents to shoulder the costs of our primary elections while they themselves cannot vote in them. Remember that it's not just the cost of running the election. We now have the Fair Elections Program, which I support, by the way. This provides public matching dollars for candidates running in our elections 5-1. So in our primaries alone, Fair Elections has so far provided $22 million in taxpayer matching funds for candidates. Since independents make up about 18% of DC voters, that's roughly $4 million paid for by independent voters in their taxes. Do you know how much total was spent on fair elections for all general and special elections combined? Only $3 million from all DC taxpayer dollars. Independents pay more for elections that they couldn't vote in than the entire city paid for the elections that independents could vote in. If we're not going to give independents the right to vote in the elections that actually matter, maybe we should give them a tax credit. Or better yet, just apply a fraction of the amount that they've already contributed to the only $1 million cost of implementing semi-open primaries. I want to use the rest of my time to respond to a witness's earlier comment suggesting that the bottoms-up RCV method, which he misrepresented as single winner RCV, the method that we chose, bottoms-up RCV method, that we chose to fill our at-large seats, he suggested that it should be immediately swapped for another mechanism called STV, or single transferable vote. So besides the obvious problem with changing the rules of an election after the campaigning has begun, I-83 specifically chose bottoms-up RCV because it's the best for DC. For one, it fits better given how our at-large elections are structured, intentionally electing a Democrat and a non-Democrat in the same race. STV is commonly used as multi-winner RCV races and works well to elect proportionally representative members into multiple of the same seat, but I don't know a single jurisdiction in the country where it's used to elect into two fundamentally different seats. Let's also remember that we on the 83 team were told by the council, the No 183 campaign, and the DC community that the fractional votes, the key element of STV, were too confusing for DC voters. I myself have found it to be a much more difficult concept for voters to grasp. Not that I'm one to shy away from implementing a good system just because it takes extra work to educate folks, but it would be very wrong for us to have explicitly campaigned on not using STV, only to have the council swap it out at the 11th hour. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on my testimony.
I want to thank all of the panelists for your testimony. Thank you very much. Our next panel, Ms. Trupti Patel, Chairwoman of ANC 2A, Tanya Hutchins, Alex Busby, great. David Sidman, okay, great. Okay. All right. Just, we keep checking on our online. Okay. All right. We'll start with you, Ms. Patel.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Trupti J. Patel. I am a fourth-term advisory neighborhood commissioner representing single-member District 2A03 in historic Foggy Bottom, and I serve as the chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A. I submit this testimony for the record regarding the district's fiscal year 2027 budget and the ongoing implementation of ballot initiative 83. In November 2024, district voters overwhelmingly approved ballot initiative 83, which authorizes ranked choice voting in elections with 3 or more candidates and allows voters who are not affiliated with the political party to participate in any party's primary election. The initiative passed with 72.89% of the vote, with majorities in all 8 wards, including more than 75% support in Ward 2. This result constitutes a clear mandate from the district residents. Initiative 83 directs that implementation begin with the June 2026 primary election and apply to all elections thereafter. As the district considers the fiscal year 2027 budget, it is essential that funding for implementation not only continue but be clearly reflected within the Board of Elections operating budget. Specifically, ANC2A urges the council and the mayor to ensure that Initiative 83 implementation is supported throughout the fiscal year 2027 BOE budget components. First part, election operations funding must continue for ballot design modifications, tabulation processes, logic and accuracy testing, and election administration costs associated with ranked choice voting and multi-candidate races. Second, voter education and outreach. Adequate resources are required within BOE's voter education and outreach programming to support multilingual public education campaigns, instructional materials, community briefings, and partnerships that ensure voters understand ranked choice voting and open primary participation. Election systems and technology, the third component. BOE must maintain funding for voting system configuration, certification, maintenance, and upgrades necessary to support ranked choice voting across all applicable elections. And then the last part, poll worker training and election worker support. Fiscal year 2027 funding should explicitly support expanded training curricula and materials for all poll workers to ensure accurate voter guidance and smooth election day operations under new voting system. The Board of Elections has previously indicated the overall cost of implementing Initiative 83 is modest, approximately $1.45 million over 4 years. Unfortunately, you didn't fully fund it. We still are $1.09 million short to implement it, which breaks down to, as someone said earlier, 39 cents per district resident, and largely front-loaded towards education, outreach, and system readiness. Fiscal year 2027 represents a critical stabilization year following initial rollout, during which sustained funding is necessary to address lessons learned, improve voter confidence, and ensure consistency across subsequent elections. Underfunding these BOE line items in the fiscal year 2027 budget will risk voter confusion, administrative strain, and diminish public trust in an electoral reform that district residents overwhelmingly endorsed. Initiative 83 was adopted to expand participation, strengthen accountability, and modernize the district's democratic systems. This goal cannot be achieved without fully resourcing the agency responsible for administering elections. Accordingly, ANC2A calls on the council and the mayor to ensure that the fiscal year 2027 budget includes clear, sufficient, and dedicated funding within the Board of Elections operations, voter education and outreach, election systems, and poll worker training program to support the full and lawful implementation of Initiative 83. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your commitment to respecting the will of district voters.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Busby, you're next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds, staff members, and everyone here today on this May Day. My name is Alex Busby. I live in Ward 1. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I'm an elected Precinct 22 representative for the Ward 1 Democrats. I'm also running for Ward 1 Democratic State Committee man on the Free DC slate. So when I say what I'm about to say, I want you to hear it from that place. I'm asking you to fund semi-open primaries. Here's what I've learned from knocking on doors and collecting signatures across the district. People who aren't registered with a party, they still care about DC. They still care about their schools, their rent, their neighbors. They just don't feel like the Democratic Party has made room for them yet. And some of them know the city better than almost anyone. Judges who can't be seen taking sides, journalists who have to stay independent, people whose jobs put them close to the problems facing DC every single day, and who, in their hearts, share our values. They just can't say so publicly. They can't register. Their jobs won't let them. A semi-open primary makes room for them too. And here's the thing about trying to keep people out. It never works the way you want it to. Every time a party tries to game the system, to shrink the electorate, to pick who gets a voice, it backfires. It breeds resentment. It drives people away. Republicans have made this their strategy. We should not follow them. We are the party that believes more voices make us stronger. If we actually believe that, we should act like it. We're fighting for statehood. We go to Congress and we say, give us representation, give us a full vote, and they ask, do your own elections reflect your own values? If we want to make that case, we need elections that are open, that are fair, that say to everyone in the district, you belong here. Initiative 83 passed with 73% of the vote. Voters want this. They want ranked choice, and they also want semi-open primaries. We funded ranked choice voting. Now we need to finish the job. I know the budget is very hard right now, and I do not envy the position that you and your colleagues are in. You will have to make very difficult decisions. But democracy is not a line item that you cut when things get tough. It's the thing that makes everything else possible. Please fund semi-open primaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we will hear from Mr. Sedman.
Chairperson Bonds, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is David Seidman. I am the Executive Director of Capital Rights Lab, a nonpartisan, nonprofit civil rights organization fighting for expanded democratic rights for district residents. Our position is simple. We cannot wait for statehood to begin building the legal and institutional structures that protect and promote self-governance. That starts here, at home, with semi-open primaries. Every argument for DC statehood rests on a simple principle. A government derives its legitimacy from the consent of those it governs. We cannot credibly ask Congress and the country for the full rights and privileges of statehood when we deny our own residents the right to vote in the only elections that matter. Fully funding Initiative 83 directly impacts the fight for statehood in three ways. First, it strengthens the moral and practical case. DC's credibility to advocate outside of the district is dependent on a proven ability to govern ourselves within it. The Democratic primary is the election in the city. DC has never in modern history elected anyone other than a Democrat as mayor, chair of the council, attorney general, or delegate. Excluding 85,000 independent DC voters from participating in the political process is contrary to good governance. Second, voting is habit forming. Research has shown that people who vote in one election are significantly more likely to vote in the next. And primary voters, in particular, have been shown to be 3 times more likely to engage with civic organizations in non-electoral ways. Third, a supermajority of district voters voted for Initiative 83. The issue should be settled. Funding semi-open primaries is about fairness and respect for DC voters. To deny the will of those same voters in the name of cost, when the cost breakdown is just pennies per year, seriously undermines our ability to demonstrate that DC's institutions are able to support statehood. These are not abstract concerns. I testified before the council earlier this year on the federal takeover of the MPD. Since then, the federal government has continued to act inside the district on the premise that DC cannot be trusted to govern itself. Every gap in our democratic legitimacy at home, every resident we exclude from elections, is evidence handed to those who disenfranchise us. We cannot afford to keep building their case for them. Funding semi-open primaries is a small budget choice with outsized consequences. The council has the opportunities to expand the franchise, strengthen our civic infrastructure, and send a message that we are ready for self-rule. The council should take it. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we have one other person from your panel that's online. We'll take her testimony, but I want to say to Ms. Patel, thank you for putting a dollar figure out there. I think you're the only one. Everyone else is like, do it, do it, do it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Chairperson Bonds, and I hope that me giving you the line item number that you needed will result in having Initiative 83 fully implemented.
I hear you 100%. Thank you so much. We'll now hear from Miss Yolanda Douglas. I think you're online. Oh, you must accept and we can bring you in as soon as you accept our request. Okay. Miss Douglas, are you? Oh, I see you're coming. If you will unmute, we see you and we're ready to receive your testimony.
Okay, first of all, I just want to thank you for the time. This was totally on the fly. I just contacted your office on the 29th. So I had no idea if I was going to be able to get through here or not. I don't have a testimony prepared. I'm a teacher. councilwoman for third grade, and I had to work today. I'm coming before you over an unemployment issue that I've been living since 2022, when DC shut down the unemployment portal in that fall. I was wrongfully terminated in November of 2022. Prior to that time, I was in the 52 million that was purged from the workplace in COVID 2020. I worked maybe 2 or 3 quarters, and then they let me go permanently after bringing me back for just about maybe 2 months. From there, I was on my own. It was my unemployment, which government called a stimulus, and then nothing. The first job I got was in May of 2022 with Bazzuto. After my manager and assistant manager were caught stealing my commission, I was a sales and marketing manager. They wrongfully terminated me because I reported them to HR. I then went to the unemployment portal to try to apply for my unemployment, which I was clearly eligible for, and I could not apply. The portal was closed, and nobody knew why, and nobody knew what was wrong, and nobody knew when it would be fixed. It was November, it was holiday time, and I am a single mother living check to check. And so I had no income at that point, and government couldn't tell me anything. The lady, when you called unemployment, they would tell you the portal's down, they don't know when it's up, they can escalate your call, but they don't know when anybody will get back to you. And that was for several days. Ultimately, it took an act of Robert White's office and a Republican House member to get me access to my statutory right to apply for unemployment at that moment. So I was terminated on November 16th. I wasn't allowed to apply until I believe it was the first week of December, somewhere around the 8th. I got a call from somebody at Dues. It was very clandestine. They said I had to come down to the Minnesota office to apply. I could not do it at home on my computer because the portal was shut down, even though the mayor's office was claiming it was fixed. When I called the mayor's office, they hung up in my face twice. The news was lying for the mayor's office until they got bombarded with everybody else that was out here unemployed and could not apply. I went into their office. I was forced to apply on a very archaic computer. It took me several hours because the computer kept crashing. I was then told to submit paper certifications for the weeks that it transpired between my termination date and the date I was applying. And then they gave me other form certifications to keep filling out until a decision on the claim would be made. Eventually, they deemed the claim monetarily ineligible using the base year of 2020, the same year that 52 million people got put out of work. So I appealed that decision, challenging the use of that base year. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Yolanda Douglas. I'm a graduate and a daughter of Howard University. And I used to work on Capitol Hill for the Honorable William Clay Sr., who resided over the Federal Labor Committee for 20 years. So I'm fully aware that the base year used by any unemployment office is an arbitrary year. It is not etched in stone. And if the pandemic wasn't a reason enough to exempt the year 2020, then I can't imagine what would be. But DC actually used 2020 to deny people monetary eligibility, even though they knew many Black people were put on the unemployment line in 2020.
Ms. Douglas, if I may ask then, what is it that you are seeking now?
The unemployment office just brought back this issue. I appealed it in 2020 when it happened. By January 2023, a gentleman from Doe's called me and asked me to set aside the appeal, that he wanted to fix the problem, correct the claim, and push through and pay me my back payment. That ultimately happened, but not for 5 months. From November till about the end of April, March, I had no income because of this.
And I have all that information. What I'm trying to understand now is, where is the district government with your claim? Are you?
Basically, I thought it was resolved, ma'am, but Renee Foster and Nicola James brought it back this year. I got a notification in 2025 calling me a fraud for the payments that I'm talking about, which were technically my back payments. They're now calling me a fraud, and they made me pay them back. They've actually taken $1,100 that of my state tax refund from 2023 that was being sent out to me in increments of $138. They took the last 1,100 of it with no notice while we were in the appeals court. Renee Foster did that.
All right, Miss Douglas, we would like to work with you offline with this, because once you have, your claim has been declared fraud, certain other systems come into play. And so we need to understand what that is. We just have your email that we have as information. So we really need to have more information from you so that we can help you properly.
I submitted about 5 attachments, ma'am. The order that's recent from 2026, I submitted quite a bit of information, but I'm happy to submit whatever you might need to see what's happening.
If you
but
have
that it was not fraud, which is why I don't understand why they took the money.
All right. We'll try to find the information. I understand you said 5 sheets, 5 pieces of information, and we'll follow through with you. Our office has been very successful with helping individuals with their various claims of unemployment. So we'll be very happy to try yours as well. And I do know that during COVID and right after COVID, we had more than some 71,000 claims to work through, and many did receive a fraud alert. Apparently, even if you just had a difference in the name or you didn't include your middle initial, some of that was part of it. So let us work with you now that we have it before you and before us. Okay?
Okay,
give us a few days to work on this.
What they're deeming was apparently or supposedly fraud was the payments, not the claim.
Yes,
Just to make sure you understood that.
Exactly. Thank you very, very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time, ma'am.
All right. And thank you all very much for your testimony. I got it. Okay. Those are the only ones. All right. I'm going to ask for Carlos Pertel. Thank you for being here. David Kirchhoff. Max Broad. Max is here. I knew Max was here. Kenyatta Smith. Malcolm Fox. Don Capozzi. I think we have a full table now. All right, excellent. And we will begin with you, sir, when you're ready, and just press the button, it turns red, and you're on.
Hello, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Max Broad. Oh,
Go right ahead, Max Broad.
am I speaking too loud?
No, go right ahead. It's all good.
Okay,
We're
just
with
making
you.
sure. I have a tendency to talk loud when I'm excited, so.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Max Broad. I'm a Ward 1 resident, a 15-year resident of the District of Columbia, and a proud Democrat. And I'm here to talk about fully funding and implementing Initiative 83 as approved by district voters. And I think this is just a really critical element of modernizing our election system, given that we now have fair elections. And to me, fair elections are a beautiful element of reducing special interests in our political process. It's happening across the country, New York City, Portland, Oregon, and Washington, D.C. Fair elections, campaign finance matching, public financing, right? Which is totally changing elections, totally reducing the corporate capture of our democracy. But also, as you know, it means that so many people are running for office now, right? And so making our elections more democratic and inclusive through ranked choice voting and open primaries helps address the changes that come as a result of the fair elections. So, you know, Initiative 83 passed with a supermajority from all 8 wards. And I guess I just want to say that right now, thousands of DC residents who are registered as independents pay for our elections, yet are barred from the primary elections that usually determine the final outcome. This is taxation without representation. It runs counter to DC's long tradition of fighting disenfranchisement. I can read, I promise. Semi-open primaries ensure that everyone who funds these elections have a voice in them. We cannot call for DC statehood without living into our statehood values in the first place. I respectfully ask the board and the council to fully fund and implement Initiative 83, including semi-open primaries, without delay. Thank you for your time and your service to DC voters.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Kenyatta Smith. All right, there you go.
Hello, Councilwoman Bonds. I want to thank you for your service. I am a native Washingtonian, born and raised in Ward 5, went to Howard University, currently living in Ward 7. And I am here for the same reason. I'm a proud Democrat, but I'm a little disappointed in the Democratic Party in general, because I think that Initiative 83, semi-open primary, should also be fully funded. Just like my buddy over here said, it was voted by a majority of DC voters, and you are not allowing 73,000 DC voters who pay tax dollars not able to vote. They're not able to vote. I just think that is a little ridiculous, especially when you are the leaders of the Democratic Party, and what is democracy, right? So for many people, being an independent is just what is expected of them. Many others are left-leaning but refuse to commit to a party because they want to see a change in the system. And asking someone to join a party that hasn't shown up for them, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you don't engage the independents, you just tell them to join a party without explaining why they should join the party. This is a way for the Democratic Party to actually get 73,000 allies. DC is a Democratic town. So by not allowing independents to vote in the semi-open primaries, the Democrats are showing how they don't actually have respect for people making their own decisions. So I'm going off on a tangent because, he's saying a lot of the same things. We talk about taxation without representation in this city, and it's on our license plates. But we're doing the same version right here at our home with independent voters. And at this time, when we're fighting a federal overreach and demanding Washington's respect for DC's voice, the council needs to show the same respect to DC voters. You can't ask for that credibility and then ignore a supermajority. This doesn't make sense. And please don't bring up costs. It's 39 cents per resident. The cost should never, ever, ever be a reason why 73,000 people are being disenfranchised. It's kind of lame excuse. It's a very lame excuse. And literally, Americans are losing faith in both parties for simple things like this. So, many voters also feel, especially the young voters, 18 to 25, the justice impact individuals, this system is not built for them. And a majority of them are independent voters. So this is a chance to prove that you support 73,000 voters who pay for this election. So maybe the Democrats should just pay for it. And I'm a Democrat. And it's just really unfair. So I'm asking you, council member, because fund this, please. I appreciate you and all that you've done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. And Mr. Broad, he approves. Okay.
Indeed.
Mr. Fox, your testimony, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, council member Bonds, members of the committee who aren't here. My name is Malcolm Fox. I'm the Executive Director of Opportunity DC. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. Our coalition of small businesses, civic leaders, and residents believe the District of Columbia's continued prosperity depends on a thriving economy, effectively delivered government services, and universal public safety. And you might be surprised to know I am also here today to encourage the committee and the entire council to fully pass and fund semi-open primaries in the FY27 budget. Just 2 years ago, voters overwhelmingly passed Initiative 83, including a majority support across all 8 wards. This initiative charged the DC Council to add ranked choice voting and semi-open primaries for future elections. Even though 212,332 DC voters, representing 73% of the electorate, voted for Initiative 83, the council has only passed ranked choice voting in direct defilement of the will of DC voters. There are some council members, not you, Chair Bonds, but there are some council members who argued last year that DC should respect the will of the voters and not modify Initiative 82. Despite the devastating effects it has had on small businesses and restaurants in the district. Those same council members must be consistent and fully implement Initiative 83 if they legitimately care about the will of the voters. 75% of registered voters in the district are Democrats. And except for the 2 independent council seats, all of the other council races are effectively determined in the Democratic primary. That leaves, as of the end of March of this year, 85,000 registered independent voters without a voice in electing 11 of our 13 council members. I am a lifelong Democrat. I have only ever voted for Democrats and contributed to Democratic candidates, but I believe it is an imperative to welcome the inclusion of more voters into our electoral process. The DC Council should make our elections more democratic and give more district residents a voice to elect our lawmakers. I encourage this committee and the entire council to enact Initiative 83, pass semi-open primaries, and find $1 million in one-time funding to codify the will of district voters. Every year we wait to fully enact this referendum, the chances of passage decline, and I hope this committee will find the funding necessary to make it happen this year. Thank you.
Thank you also for your testimony. And now, Mr. Pertel.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. You can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my testimony. And in addition, thank you for listening to hours of continued testimony from all the speakers. Commendable, truly. My name is Carlos de Castro Pertel. I am an Army veteran and also a member of Veterans Roll Voters, that nonpartisan organization that seeks to improve elections by spreading open primaries and ranked choice voting nationwide. I will be brief because I feel that a lot of the more eloquent speakers have made all great points, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. And so I think we may be approaching this in a perhaps not the right way. The truth is, in spite of being a veteran and fairly large human, I don't like confrontation. So a better way of looking at this perhaps is, this is for the betterment and the resilience of the Democratic Party. Independents are the fastest, largest growing voting bloc in the US, myself included. What better way to demonstrate you're ready for change that is inevitable coming than by opening primaries to independents, by showing, yes, we value your voices. We'll have candidates that value and run on issues that you care about. So ultimately, I think that's the better way of approaching this. It benefits both parties, well, one not a party, but the Democratic Party, for continuing into an unknown future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all. Well said, everyone. I appreciate hearing from you. And thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to take a break. So I'm going to take maybe a 15-minute break, and we'll be back to hear the rest of our witnesses at about 5 minutes after 3. I just realized we've been here for quite a while, and I'm moving my feet around. My legs are moving, but it's hard up here, okay? So so forgive me if you thought you might be coming right on. Just give me a minute. Thank you very much. Hope I can stand up. leave? Okay, who has to leave? Okay. Yeah, you're up anyway. All right. Ready? All right, we will continue with panel 12. That is Constance Blackwell, Paul Beedlenmeyer. Oye is not here. Maria Hall. Okay, she's here. Michael Manisco. All right, and we will begin with Ms. Blackwell. Hit the mic, now you're on. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. I will make this brief. My name's Constance Blackwell. I've lived in the DMV, DC, for the past 40 years, and I moved to the District of Columbia over 25 years ago. And I'm currently reside in Ward 5, and I'm a lifelong Democrat. Since the first day I arrived in this area, I've always heard the struggle from DC residents regarding their representation. You know, we live here, we pay taxes here, but we don't really have a voice like other citizens. I've always heard, and you're told over and over how unfair and how unjust it is to be a resident of the district and not have the same voice and the same vote as every other citizen of the United States. And I've seen these concerns firsthand across our community for years, and especially from seniors east of the river. The residents of the District of Columbia have been fighting for years for equal representation and the right to have their voices heard, which is especially relevant with the current situation and environment. The District of Columbia residents voted for Initiative 83 so that every citizen in the district could have their voice heard during their primary elections. The citizens of the District of Columbia decided that giving everyone the right to vote in a primary election was the right thing to do to allow everyone's voice to be heard, which has been the battle cry for the District of Columbia for years. So my question today is very simple. Why is this an issue, or even a thought that it could be an issue regarding enacting and funding Initiative 83? Your voters, our fellow citizens have spoken loud and clear. Now it's time to honor the will of the people and fund Initiative 83. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Paul? You're on.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Paul Beedlingmeyer. I live in Ward 6. I've been a resident of DC for 19 years, and I've been an independent voter my entire life. I love civic engagement. I'm here to ask the council to fund semi-open primaries that were approved in Initiative 83 ballot measure. This is my first time ever testifying at the council. In fact, this is my first time ever stepping foot in this building. And it's exciting, and it's not because I'm not civically engaged myself. I attend ANC meetings. I'm on my 7th year on my condo board in Southwest, Capitol Park 4. I attend town halls. I follow the local news. No, this is my first time here in this building because this has been the one issue that has moved me so much and got me so excited that I need to make my voice heard, and I need to speak on behalf of having these primaries opened up for independents. As I mentioned, 2 years ago, I was ecstatic to see that this was a ballot measure, and I voted yes to allow semi-open primaries, more than 70% of voters did 2 years ago. What better way to encourage civic engagement, what I love, than to allow independents to vote? One of the first things I did when I came in today was I saw a big digital marquee tracking that DC residents have federal tax dollars totaling $2.7 billion this year but there's no vote at the federal level. As DC residents, we're all in this together. We're in the fight against taxation without representation. Yet the DC Council is perpetuating the disenfranchising of more than 85,000 independent voters for being able to participate in the taxpayer-funded election contest that really moves the needle for what goes on here locally, over funding that is very minimal, a little more than $1 million one time. I'm asking today to please respect the will of the voters and fund semi-open primaries so independents like me can continue to love civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Hall?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Maia Hall. I go by MJ. I'm a teacher, a resident of Ward 5, and a master's candidate for computer science. Last year, when I testified in support of Initiative 83, I argued that as a public servant, your job is to learn the policy. This was after members of council, said they didn't even know what it was. Since it passed with a supermajority in every single ward, it is imperative to honor the wishes of DC voters. This year, I'm asking you to finish that job. I'm asking you to respect the voters by fully and completely funding Initiative 83. Prior to my current studies, I did a year of service in the AmeriCorps in Ward 5, and I was a first responder. I know how important accessibility is. As I talked to neighbors during my service year, I was struck by how many people love DC, but simply don't feel heard. I've been to these meetings and debates for Initiative 83, and I've noticed a glaring absence. There are not enough young people represented at these initiatives and in these events. Even though we are affected, don't let our absence confuse you that we are affected. Right now, according to the Independent Voter Project, there are over 105,000 independent voters in DC, about 20% of the electorate. National data shows that more than 50% of millennials and Gen Z are becoming more and more independent as time goes on. And we are the teachers, the future employees, the students, young professionals that are the future. Independents are already paying for these primaries with tax dollars, yet are functionally disenfranchised. Refusing to fund the open primary portion of this initiative sends a clear message that we are not heard, and it doesn't matter if we participate or not. Some see this initiative as a way for independents to meddle, but I see this as a way to give voters more participation. Independent voters shouldn't be blocked out of the very system they help fund. Funding this initiative in its entirety is your chance to show us that you stand behind your oath to public service. It's a chance to prove that representation is more important than personal or partisan biases. I'm asking you to fund Initiative 83 fully to show DC voters, especially the next generation, that we matter. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Maniscalco. I'm an independent voter. My wife and I have lived in Ward 3 for over 30 years. Our two children have spent pretty much their entire lives in DC's really great charter schools. Our son stayed here in DC to go to college, and especially in light of my fellow witness's testimony, I think it bears mentioning that he registered as an independent. Our daughter is a junior in high school currently. We love living here, and we certainly hope to make it better. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. It's been a long day, I'm sure. I think we could all agree that the right and the ability to make your views known is in a meaningful way, is central to democracy. It's what it's all about. So I'm requesting today that Initiative 83 be fully funded so that DC's independent voters truly do have the right and opportunity to be heard in a meaningful way. And we all know that means being able to vote in primaries in DC. Now, we live in an era where far too many of our leaders seek to engineer the political system and our elections to favor one party over another. It's a path that leads to more polarization, less compromise, and ultimately less progress for everybody. There is precious little effort to actually expand democracy, to bring more people to the polls, or to nurture an electoral system that is better and better at being responsive to the will of the voters instead of a preferred group of voters. Please make sure DC is on the right side of this dividing line. Funding ranked choice voting was a great step in the right direction. Thank you for that. But please continue to fight back against efforts to restrict democracy. Please don't impose restrictions on democracy. I'm often told that I can just join the Democratic primary, cast my vote, and then leave the party, that I'm welcome to vote. If that's true, why have this unnecessary hurdle in the way? Seems like that's making it harder for me to vote than it needs to be. The people of DC have given the council a chance and a message to push back against the forces restricting democracy. The voters have asked you, their city government, to model the very behavior that we deserve and demand from the federal government. Expand, do not restrict access to democracy, and please respect the voices and rights of the underrepresented. Please fund fully Initiative 83. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your comments today. Thank you so much. And our next panel, I believe David Kirschkoff is here. I see John Capozzi. And we'll go down to, those are the only ones on, okay. Erwin Palmer is online. Kaushari Thomas is online. Paula Edwards is online. And Shay Rudell Cabasol is online. So we'll try to do that body. We'll start with you, Mr. Capozzi.
Thank you, Chairman Bonds, and appreciate the opportunity to come today. My name is John Capozzi, proud resident of Ward 7 in Hillcrest, and also a proud Democrat and support the full funding of Initiative 83. As you know, I served on the Democratic State Committee for over 20 years, like yourself, actually. And as a partisan Democrat, I've always looked for ways to recruit voters to register to join the Democratic Party. When Initiative 83 was proposed, I was fully supportive of the ranked choice voting provision and somewhat skeptical of the open primary provision. I've overcome that provision and skepticism of the open primary provision, basically because I think the idea as an active Democrat is that we need to try new ways to recruit people for the Democratic Party. I've attended every Democratic convention since 1980. I think it's important that we expand the party itself. And by allowing independents to vote in the primaries, we'd engage them to get to know and choose Democratic candidates. And when they vote in the Democratic primary. Now, with that familiarity, we can encourage them to change their registration to Democratic because sometimes we have to try new ideas. And many new voters that register here in DC don't know the Democratic Party and check the box as independent voters when they first register, not knowing that they wouldn't be able to vote in the primary. And when we allow people to participate in an open primary, we can use that as an opportunity to educate them and encourage them to become Democrats. I think it's important that since these primaries are funded by taxpayers, all people need to be included in that. And I think I did want to say that I'm not sure why the council is so afraid of this type of participatory democracy, the direct initiatives. Because as you know, the initiative process is there for direct democracy. Now, the history was that in 1994, voters voted for an initiative to do term limits, and the council overturned that in 2001. And there was only one initiative between then and 2014. So I think people got the message that the council wasn't as interested in this direct democracy. But since then, several initiatives have passed. And I think that it's important that we continue to allow that opportunity because, for example, if the council is unwilling or unable to act on certain initiatives, then a direct ballot initiative is one way that voters can have their say. And I think that when, for example, in this case, 70% of the voters express their will, I think it's important to note that and then to look at the opportunity here where it's only $1 million funding that's going to be required to initiate this process. And I think that's going to be a good investment in terms of what we need to do here to expand democracy in this city. Because I brought my two hats today. One was from the Action Democrats, which I think you might remember was from 1994, I think, and when I ran for the state committee. And then, of course, my Free DC hat, because today is May 1st and we're fighting for statehood for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, of course. And now, David, we'll hear from you. You're next. You're on already. It's on red.
Good afternoon. My name is David Krukoff. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian who diligently advocates for DC voting rights and enhanced self-determination, regardless of political affiliation. The voting rights of the citizens of the district are stunted by politicians nationally and locally, and by members of both political parties. We as Washingtonians and members of the council regularly push back against our national political leaders, who we both know are in walking distance of where we are right now, one way to the White House and one way to the Capitol. But we should also, what I'm asking for us to do is to look in the mirror. And what do we see? The will of the people of the District of Columbia is clear. I-83 passed on a landslide in every precinct. Please abide by the will of the people. Our nation, along partisan lines, is self-siloing state by state, city by city, county by county, political district by political district. It's monopolistic, it's authoritarian, it's disgusting. Stop it. Stop it here in our nation's capital. I'm asking you all to be a change agent. You can do this. Yes, we can. Go on record by going in the other direction. Listen to every voter, regardless of political affiliation. For the entire process, starting with our primary elections, give us all access. That's what Washingtonians want. We have spoken. That's what nonpartisans want across the United States as well. Please lead the way. Start today. Open our primary. Fund the initiative in its entirety. The economic cost is de minimis. The benefit is significant for all. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Your mic was a little loud, so I know you weren't screaming at me. We're just carrying your voice loudly, that's all. But thank you very much. We'll now turn to some of our able to go to these now? Online, all right. Okay, we have online Erin Palmer, Ms. Palmer, Commissioner, former.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please
Great, thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee and committee staff for taking the time to receive public input on the fiscal year 2027 budget for the DC Board of Elections. My name is Erin Palmer and I'm a Ward 4 resident. I am testifying today in strong support of full funding for the implementation of Initiative 83's provision for semi-open primaries. Currently, nearly 85,000 voters in the district, about 1 in 6, are registered as independents. They pay taxes, fund our elections, and yet are excluded from participating in the most meaningful elections we have in DC, our primary elections. Under Initiative 83, those voters would be able to choose a party's primary for a given election cycle. People register as independents for many reasons, including dissatisfaction with the Democratic or the Republican Party, disagreement on specific issues, or professional constraints. Journalists, judges, and veterans often register as independent to maintain a perception of impartiality and independence, and DC is home to a significant number of residents in these roles. But in a city where the primary is often the only election that determines the outcome, our current system effectively pressures voters to join a political party just to have a voice. Many choose not to, and they should not be excluded from meaningful participation as a result. To be clear, semi-open primaries do not mean that members of one party vote in another party's primary. Republicans won't be voting for Democrats. They allow voters who are not registered with any political party, i.e. independents, to choose to participate in a primary election. In DC, which is overwhelmingly Democratic in voter registration, that means giving independent voters a voice in the elections that actually determine our leadership. In DC, we effectively have one party rule, which makes the primary the only election that truly matters. Excluding independent voters from that process is a structural barrier to participation. I previously served for 6 years as a nonpartisan advisory neighborhood commissioner. In that role, I knocked on doors across my entire neighborhood and worked to engage all of my neighbors, not just the small subset of registered Democrats who regularly vote, but also independents and others who are often left out of the process, like young people and those who aren't registered or don't regularly vote. That experience made clear that good governance depends on reaching people where they are, bringing them into the conversation, and making sure they feel their participation matters. Initiative 83 passed overwhelmingly with more than 70% support across every ward and every precinct. That is a clear directive from voters, and the council should not be in the position of second guessing or selectively implementing that mandate. Picking and choosing which provisions to fund, particularly one approved by such a wide margin, undermines trust in the democratic process. At a time when DC is actively defending its home rule, continuing to fight for statehood, and pushing back against national efforts to erode democratic institutions, this is not a neutral budget decision. Council members who rightly and often speak about the district's lack of representation in Congress have a direct opportunity here to expand participation and enfranchise independent voters in our own local elections. I urge the council to fully fund implementation of Initiative 83. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Thomas, I see you are on. Go ahead. We'll take your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kashara Thomas. I am the Executive Director at Joseph's House. Joseph's House is a community-based organization serving individuals experiencing homelessness who are living with complex medical conditions, including HIV, cancer, and chronic illness, behavioral health needs, and substance use disorder. Over 35 years, we have remained committed to serving those in need, individuals who are often overlooked and underserved. Our doors remain open and our work remains critical. Approximately 80% of our community identifies as LGBTQ+. Since our partnership with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs and the LGBTQ+ Coalition, we have seen a significant increase in referrals. The need for our services continues to grow, along with the complexity of the care required. That is why I'm here today with a specific request. I respectfully urge the committee to carry forward the $1 million allocated in FY25 budget to ensure it is available for the LGBTQ+ providers in fiscal year 27. At Joseph House, our outcome demonstrates the impact of this investment. 90% of our residents successfully complete our program. 85% of our residents are living with HIV, are virally suppressed. 90% of our residents discharge to stable housing or maintain housing stability. 80% of our residents with substance use disorder maintain sobriety while in our care. Just recently, we supported a 36-year-old man with HIV, newly diagnosed with rectal cancer, experiencing homelessness, who, after completing our program, achieved viral suppression and remission. He has now transitioned into permanent housing and is working full-time, something that would have never been possible without the care coordination and support provided by the Mayor's Office of the LGBTQ+ Affairs. Without this funding, the district risks our disruption of essential care and services to the LGBTQ+ community, loss of trust with community-based partners, increased downstream costs in healthcare, housing, and crisis response systems. This funding is critical to sustaining life services for the LGBTQ plus residents who already face significant barriers to care. This funding will finally allow the community to leverage private funds. I urge you to continue to invest so we can maintain and strengthen the vital work. Thank you for your time, your commitment to the health and the well-being of the LGBTQ plus residents in the district, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Would you please make sure that I get some itemized sheet that would show what the request is, the financial request is?
Yes.
All right, and how it's used, who it's servicing.
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. Maybe by next Wednesday?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We're on a very short schedule now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Let's see, I got it here. Commissioner Edwards, we'll take your testimony.
Hello, I'm having some technical problems. Is it possible for me to come later?
Oh, a little later, not much later.
Okay.
We're getting down to the wire, but I'll come back to you after with the next panel.
That'll be great. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. We then have Shay, we'll take your test. I thought I saw. Yes. We'll take your testimony now. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bonds. My name is Jay Riddell Tabasola. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. And I'm here today to discuss the need for initiative reform. The Board of Elections administers a function of profound importance to district residents and ones that deserve a careful oversight as this committee considers the agency's FY 2027 funding. Our Board of Elections is asked to administer one of the most loosely regulated ballot initiative processes in the U.S. And this is not BOE's fault. It's that the agency operates within the framework that the Council and Congress have set. But it bears on how this committee evaluates BOE's capacity. Just consider what's missing in D.C. Only 24 states allow citizen initiatives at all, and of those, most of them require single subject measures. D.C. has no such rule. Most states require fiscal information to be available to voters before they sign, but DC does not. At least 16 states give courts and the public 30 days or more for review. In DC, the board operates on timelines as short as 5 days. 7 states impose 2 to 4 year waiting periods before similar measures can return to the ballot. DC has none. These gaps leave the district uniquely vulnerable to outside funding and out-of-state interests using DC and our position as the nation's capital as a platform for national agendas. Also note that the ballot box is no substitute for DC Council. Every bill before you and your fellow council members receives a fiscal impact statement, committee review, public hearings, and legal analysis. The initiative process has none of that scrutiny. And importantly, the initiative process does not provide the opportunity for compromise that is essential in a democracy. Please also remember that the initiative process itself wasn't even invented until 1898. It's not existing in the Constitution. And history offers a lot of examples of why it's a process extremely vulnerable to abuse. And when poorly vetted measures reach voters, the consequences are real and lasting. For example, same-sex marriage. Between 1998 and 2012, voters in 30 states approved ballot measures banning same-sex marriage. In 2015, the Supreme Court struck down every one. 3 strikes and you're out is a product of the initiative process. In 1994, 72% of voters approved a policy that mandated 25-year sentences for any third felony, including nonviolent offenses. Also brought to you by the process, that same year, voters approved a measure to deny undocumented immigrants access to public education and healthcare. That was later ruled unconstitutional. The point is that none of these policies would have survived the scrutiny of a legislative body such as the Council. As you consider the Board of Elections FY 2027 budget, RMW asks this committee to ensure the board has the resources and the legislative direction to administer initiative review with all the rigor that district residents deserve. Our ballot process should serve the people who live and work here, not outside interests pursuing national agendas. Thank you. There's more detail on our written comments provided, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to just say that to all of our witnesses. I know that we've heard considerable testimony on the initiative process and how the board treats it, how the council treats it, and more importantly, the fact that it is not funded in the current budget. So we appreciate that. We also just heard a little bit about the process in the election process as it pertains to, it really pertains to the whole process of how we fund those things that are important when they are passed through the initiative process. So I appreciate that information. We've been getting that kind of comment all day, quite honestly. And I think of our 60 witnesses, I must say, at least 40 of our witnesses have been concerned with full funding for the initiative, the current initiative I-83, all parts of it. So I appreciate that. Mr. Capozzi, you were going to say something.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and I think we've said quite a bit about that. I did want to mention, since I am concerned about DC statehood, that the DC statehood delegation comes under your committee as well. And I know that they're looking for a $100,000 increase in their budget, and also some budget flexibility to be able to move their non-performing, non-personnel funds to other areas. So I think that in supporting statehood, the delegation could use that support. And I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that today as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I noticed that. Thank you very much. As one of the former statehood members, thank you. All right, we have a few more witnesses online. We have Sam Bonar, Matthew Philip Wee, and Commissioner Edwards, if we can come back to you. And I see we have Annette, Jan on as well. So thank you all. And we can start with you, Mr. Bonar. Move him up. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me? I'm not sure.
All right. Yes, we'll take your testimony. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and staff. My name is Sam Bonner, and I'm one of the original architects of Initiative 83. I'm here today, as you probably guessed, to call on council to get this over the finish line, fund the full initiative, and put an end to these half measures and slow walking democratic reforms that could let us Democrats become the big tent that we always claim we are. Voters across DC have become increasingly disenchanted with our political system. They don't believe government works for them. And many young people, workers, Native Washingtonians I work with and organize with are becoming independents because of the frustration with the Democratic Party that has become complacent and empty, especially on the national level. Our neighbors don't believe their party listens to them. And they don't believe those in power will change the system. And unfortunately, time and time again, including just this week with the gutting of the Voting Rights Act at the Supreme Court, our governments prove them right. But DC's government can be better. I believe that the people can change things and make our government more responsive to us. But it takes both creative individual advocacy and collective courageous action. I co-founded Delicious Democracy, DC's creative advocacy lab that works to make politics feel good and expand what democracy means, from economic democracy and cooperatives to electoral organizers and changes to our system. That's why we co-authored and helped convene the team that became Initiative 83. The initiative had two critical, delicious democratic systems changes: ranked choice voting and letting independents vote in primaries. I prefer that to semi-open primaries because it's clear about what it is. It's letting our neighbors vote in the most important elections. By funding only half those reforms last year, Council reinforced the exact beliefs that led to those changes, that our elected officials don't actually listen to them, and they prioritize their own interest over respecting the will of the voters that elected them. The same DC voters who elected you, Councilmember Bonds, you can't dismiss DC voters' choice and say that they never met an initiative they didn't like when they also chose you. I expect you to be consistent, though. So I know you will likely not put this reform in your committee's markup, but I would love to be surprised one last time before you go. As someone who dedicated countless hours to advocating for this change, collecting signatures and speaking to thousands of my neighbors, I know what they told me. We, the people, want both. After nearly a decade of resistance and inaction, feeding the narrative that politicians are not listening, voters took matters in their own hands, and Democrats voted overwhelmingly for this. Those margins indicate that no matter how you slice it, every demographic of Washington wants this reform. As you said, I think over almost 60% of the people who testified today, about 8 different agencies, all said they wanted this. This is a no-brainer, and I really hope you will surprise us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Senator Jen, I'll take your testimony now, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Senator Ankit Jain. As one of DC's 2 non-voting senators, I have a responsibility to protect DC laws from being overturned by Congress and to make sure that the will of the residents of the District of Columbia is heard. I'm here today primarily to urge the Council to fully fund and implement Initiative 83, a ballot measure that was approved in November of 2024. But I will take a second to just echo what Mr. Capozzi just told you about the need to fully fund the new Columbia Statehood Commission to fight for DC statehood in these perilous times we find ourselves in. I just testified a few hours ago to the Committee of the Whole with my budget request, and I'd be happy to share my testimony with you as well, Councilmember Bonds. I hope we can find some additional funding for the commission to ensure that we have the staff support and other funding necessary. And I also hope that even if you can't do that, we can move some more funding towards personnel services to give our staff the pay and promotion they deserve. I want to talk now about Initiative 83. Initiative 83 was overwhelmingly supported by the people of DC. It won with 73% of the vote citywide. It received more than 68% of the vote in every ward. It won every precinct in the city. To put it succinctly, this was not a close election. The people of DC have made it clear that they want independents to be able to vote in party primaries. This is not a surprise because allowing independents to vote in party primaries just makes good sense. Across the city, around 20% of registered voters are independent. And let's be real, in Washington, D.C., we know that the Democratic primary is the main election in the city. That means that 2 out of 10 DC taxpayers, caregivers, business owners, regular Washingtonians who are registered as independents are deprived of having a say in who their next elected official will be. That is wrong. These people pay the taxes that fund primary elections. Why shouldn't they be able to vote in them? We need to end this system of voter suppression where the establishment picks their voters rather than the voters picking their elected officials. Like all statutes passed by the DC Council or DC voters, once Initiative 83 was approved, it had to go through a congressional review period where Congress had the opportunity to disapprove or veto the initiative before it officially became DC law. During this period, I worked hard to make sure that the initiative would survive. I am happy to say that not only did the initiative outlast this period without disapproval, we succeeded in preventing a single resolution from being even introduced to disapprove it. So I have spent a lot of time and effort to try to make sure this initiative survives and becomes law. After that, along with others, I successfully worked to get the council to fund the ranked choice voting part of Initiative 83 so that DC Democratic values could be bolstered in this historic upcoming election. I thank the DC Council for upholding the democratic will of the 73% of voters who supported ranked choice voting. However, those voters also supported allowing independent Washingtonians to vote in our primaries. If our council members care about DC statehood, they must respect the will of Washingtonians and fund this part of Initiative 83 as well. That is, after all, why we all support statehood in the district. We want the will of the people of DC to be respected. We want what Washingtonians want to actually be the law in our city. Well, independents voting in party primaries passed by a 40% margin in November 2024. The amount of funding required for the implementation of this proposal is minuscule compared to DC's multi-billion-dollar budget. This law can easily be implemented without threatening other programs in the district. If the council chooses to ignore the will of the people and not to fund Initiative 83, what will we tell members of Congress who will ask us how can we demand that they respect the will of the people of DC when our very own council refuses to do so? If you care about home rule, if you care about democracy, I implore you, Councilmember Bonds and other council members, to vote to fully fund Initiative 83 and allow independents to vote in party primaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Matthew Philip Wee. We'll take your testimony now, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee, and the audience. I'm here in support of fully enacting Initiative 83, passed by over 70% of the district voters in all 8 wards, to implement ranked choice voting and semi-open primaries. I respectfully urge Sorry, my internet kind of
All
time.
right.
I'm back again. So
Go right ahead.
I respectfully urge the committee to fund the District of Columbia Board of Elections to fully implement semi-open primaries and complete the will of the voters. My name is Matthew Philip Wee, and I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a resident of Ward 6 for almost 4.5 years. I'm also a volunteer and supporter of numerous military, veteran, government, and civic organizations. And I have been an independent voter my entire life. I served 20 years in the United States Marine Corps, and I have also supported and served the federal government as a congressional fellow, contractor, and civil service. That experience shaped how I approach leadership with a focus on mission, people, and service, not political parties. That is why I identify as an independent today. It also reflects how I continue to approach public service and civic engagement, where service meets systems, ensuring that the systems we rely on work for the people they are meant to serve. I voted and supported Initiative 83 because I believe in expanding participation, strengthening public trust, and ensuring that every qualified voter has a meaningful voice in the process. District voters already made their decision. It was not a clear outcome. It was a clear citywide mandate. And this is not about changing the system. This is about following through on what voters already approved. Right now, more than 85,000 affiliated voters in the district are excluded. So, we all know in the district, a primary is often the election that determines leadership. And as an independent voter, we are excluded from that and want to participate. And for veterans, this matters a lot. We serve this country without regard to political party. Many of us continue to serve in federal roles, public service, nonprofit leadership, advisory councils, board services, and community organizations throughout the district. Yet we cannot vote in these elections because we are independents. There are over 30,000 veterans in the District of Columbia, and we want to be able to support. Many of us identify as independents because we want to remain nonpartisan. This is not a small, isolated issue. It's a real and growing part of our civic landscape. And this is also about fairness. Independent voters fund the system. We support the public institutions. We contribute, and yet we are sometimes excluded. And if it was funded, we should have a voice in it. I understand there are considerations regarding cost and implementation. However, this is not a new proposal. This is a complete reform already approved by the voters of the District of Columbia. At the time when the district continues to advocate for its voice, autonomy, and representation, we must ensure that This is the moment for follow through, not partially, not eventually, fully. I respectfully urge the committee to fully fund Initiative 83 and ensure that independent voters, including veterans like myself, can participate in the elections that determine the future of our city. God bless, Semper Fidelis, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. We also, I believe we see Mr. Jankowitz. Jankos. Yeah, that is. Yes. We'll take your testimony now, sir. All right.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eric Jankowski. I'm the first vice president and head of commercial strategy at Host Hotels and Resorts, and I've been with the company for over 22 years. I'm happy to represent Host Hotels, the nation's largest real estate investment trust. We own 4 hotels in Washington, D.C., and 76 around the country. So we experience firsthand the destinations investing more into marketing and sales benefit with more resiliency against the many factors impacting visitation right now. The Washington, D.C. hotels for us make up 5% of our total revenue. So it's a very important destination for us. Washington, D.C. has a visitor economy worth $11.4 billion in 2024, following significant investment in Destination DC's efforts to promote the nation's capital for business and leisure travel. But we can't afford to slow down. Hotels depend on Destination DC to attract business and leisure travelers, sports, special events, conventions, and so much more. Our hotels tend to rely heavily on group and convention business, in addition to leisure transient. In fact, our group business for Washington, D.C. hotels is still behind pre-pandemic levels. Competition is intensifying globally, and cities that invest more in marketing and sales will continue to grow their visitor economies. The visitor economy matters because of the immediate tax revenue it generates for city services like schools and infrastructure. It matters to hotels because when they're full, more people go to work, all at job functions and levels. And they keep a robust hospitality industry running smoothly. When occupancy is strong, it extends to all the other pieces of the economy. Restaurants are fuller, local businesses see more sales, and the city thrives. We continue to invest in the assets we own in Washington, D.C. because of the strong potential we know is here. But long-term place brands require long-term funding and focus. Our hope is that maintained investment in Destination DC's efforts will continue to benefit hotels, businesses, residents, and visitors. I really thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your time today as well. And I point you out because I think you're one of the few that has not been a speaker on fully funding the initiative. So
That's correct.
Thank you very much for that.
I appreciate that.
Yes, Destination DC is a program that we're very, very hopeful will continue to help us improve our economy. So
Yes, ma'am.
you being a vital part of that I just wanted to thank you for that. And that's not to discount all of the speakers who have made it very clear, fully fund the initiative. I appreciate hearing that too. And I just sort of didn't expect that we were going to turn into a Board of Elections vehicle today, but be it as it may, we have been. But I thank you, Mr. Jankowski, very much for your testimony too.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. And I think we're down to the last. Okay, we have 2 online. All right. So we will see if Commissioner Edwards, are you in a better place now?
Yes, I just don't have the video, but if you don't mind my
That's okay.
speaking
That's
about it.
fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Paula Edwards, ANC Commissioner in 4A01, Native Washingtonian. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for your years of service to the District of Columbia. I came primarily to speak about the Office of Campaign Finance, Independent Expenditure Disclosure and Matching Funds, but I want to raise one point about I-83 that I haven't heard raised yet. The worst excesses of the Jim Crow economic system pivoted around the taxation of Black people to support systems in which they could not participate. My ancestors and other Black people paid for schools they could not attend and elections in which they could not vote. To continue this system of taxing people for public services and not allowing them to participate is to be moral heirs to the worst segregationist oppression. In addition, the Democratic Party primary is the de facto general election in the district, in which the most powerful positions in the city are determined. Independents have no real opportunity to influence those elections. Implementation may hurt the Democratic Party, but the council has no other option if it does not want to be counted with the likes of Strom Thurmond, George Wallace, and Bull Connor. When our council members are considering this funding, please think about the ancestors who worked hard and paid taxes to a state that callously disenfranchised them, and how we are doing the same thing to voters in this city. I believe the current matching funds ratio of 5-1 is excessive, the highest in the country, and should be cut to 3-1, as it is with most other jurisdictions. The current expenditures are being used to buy more mailers and posters, the same old, same old. Reducing the match will mean fewer trees being cut down. We also need more oversight over these funds. Former Councilmember Silverman recently disclosed discrepancies in one candidate's matching funds reports that may point to possible overmatching. More scrutiny should be paid to how these funds are regulated. We also need to overhaul the disclosure of independent expenditure reporting that allows independent expenditure committees to conceal how much they are spending on behalf of various candidates. We should adopt rules that are similar to the federal rules that require clear, unambiguous disclosure of the money spent on behalf of different candidates and when these funds were expended. We also need more scrutiny of possible coordination that is forbidden between candidates and the IE committees. I think some of the materials produced by the IE committees and others point to coordination and more scrutiny and deserve more scrutiny. One more point. Someone mentioned Senator Bernie Sanders in relation to the primaries. Please do not use him as a model. Senator Sanders in the past has changed his registration from independent to Democrat to run in the Vermont Democratic primary, knock out the leading Democrat who would be his primary opposition in the general, and having won the primary, then changed his registration back to independent so that he could run in the general election unopposed. Thank you very much, and I am available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards, and I'm very much aware of Senator Sanders and how he handles access to, I'll say access to the ballot. Thank you very much. And for that, I did have one question regarding the campaign finance report. You indicated reduction to the match. Did you give us any thought about it? Currently it's 5-1. Are you, is it, are you suggesting 3-1 or 2-1 or?
I'm suggesting 3-1. In my written testimony, I've laid out different jurisdictions and how they match. And
Okay.
ours is just out of line with everybody else in the country. So we
Yes.
need to cut it back.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mhm.
I feel that way personally when I think about the resources that are expended. Currently, we have expended 8 million,
Mhm.
and we're on our way to easily exceeding the 13 million that we anticipated, because we still have the general election when all of the candidates can be voted on.
Mhm.
So we are very concerned as to what this will mean. And
Thank
I
you.
think a report is due maybe it's due in the next couple of days, so we may have easily exceeded the 8 million already.
Wow.
So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And I'll see you Sunday at church.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, and I want to, we do have Mr. Mantell. Mr. Mantell, we'll take your testimony. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Council Member. My name is Will Mantell. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I'm asking you and the Council to fully fund Initiative 83 and let independents vote in primaries. To me, there are two questions at stake here. One, do we choose to respect the will of DC's voters or to ignore them? And two, do we want more people to vote or fewer? On question one, 73% of DC voters voted for Initiative 83 in 2024, including a supermajority in every ward and a majority in every precinct. I hope the Council will listen to the will of the voters. The Council did this when it voted to implement and fund ranked choice voting for 2026, and I thank you for doing that. Now it's time to do the same for the other half of Initiative 83. On question two, about 1 in 5 voters in DC, including many members of the military, government workers, journalists, and an increasing number of young people, are registered as independent. And as many others have shared, the most important elections in DC are the primaries. So I know you've heard many other arguments for letting independents vote in the primaries, but to me, it's simple. Do we want to meaningfully include this 20% of DC voters in our democratic process, or do we want fewer voices to be heard? I hope you'll choose higher voter participation and a more democratic system. Again, I ask you to fully implement and fund Initiative 83, and specifically to let independents vote. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. And thanks to the entire panel for your testimony. I hear you loud and clear. And because we're on this medium, I will not share my opinion. And the opinion that I shared with the one of the authors of the initiative when it was first brought to my attention, and it was proposed for a budget, because that would not be appropriate. But I can tell you that there are many who have had thoughts about this particular portion of the initiative, given how voters in very close jurisdictions to the district handle this subject matter. Knowing that in some communities, they have what's called an open primary. And so I'll just leave it at that. And thank you all very much for that. Well, as far as I can see, we have completed our testimony for today. This concludes the committee's budget. This was a budget oversight hearing. I want to thank everyone who participated in today's oversight hearing for their contributions. I appreciate the chance to hear from everyone. I look forward to working with everyone as we continue to move through the FY27 budget process. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of the agencies that were before us today, please email them to seal@dccouncil.gov, CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be included in the hearing record. The record will close on Friday. The record will close on Tuesday, I think it's May 11th, 2026 at 5 p.m. The committee will reconvene on Wednesday, May 6th at 3 p.m. to conduct an examination with the government witnesses, and that is the Executive Office of the Mayor, followed by a hearing on Friday, May 8th at 9:30 a.m. to hear from the Board of Elections, the Office of Campaign Finance, and Destination DC. I genuinely appreciate hearing from so many public witnesses today, and I'm sure your comments have not fallen on deaf ears. I want to assure you of that. With that, the time is now exactly 4:30 p.m. on Friday, May 1, 2026, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you so very much, and to my team too. Thank you.